that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. That I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
That was a direct dose of reality right in your face, just there. Yes, here we are, everyone. We are looking at a dozen House Democrats call on EU ambassador to resign amid the Ukraine scandal. Yeah, we'll look at that. Yes, I am David Sponheim. Yes, this is the show. We are doing the show daily against all odds, it seems. But we do it anyway. The people that are really, really trying to push us away are the ones that are most at fear of a third party forming in the middle of the political spectrum. And it really wants to form. A lot of people are extremely upset that the third party is being censored left and right by people like Mark and others who get lots of money to keep us from actually broadcasting and allowing people to come into our chat room. Luckily, people can see us on UHF for free. But they can't always interact with us, and they may disagree with what I'm saying, and they can't tell me they disagree because Mark and others are keeping the chat rooms down to a mere trickle. And we're working on a way around that, but we're having a hard time finding a guest chat room that is secure enough to protect all of your IPs. And that's important. Okay, the moment FBI agents found Hillary Clinton's emails on Anthony Weiner's laptop. Let's take a look at that story. Just in. Got a bunch of things to take a look at tonight. And we want to remember the death of Ginger Baker, age 80, a legendary rock and roller who was so important to the decade of music that we all loved, the 60s. The drummer for Cream, the creator of Sunshine of Your Love and Strange Brew and other great songs, now dead at age 80. Yeah. Okay, let's bring in a few stories here as we process the news. This is the oh shit moment, the moment FBI agents found Hillary's emails on Anthony Weiner's laptop. We still believe there's a cover-up there. I think the NYPD officers that have been killed, 9 of them, They claim they suicided. I think they were killed because they knew too much about the Anthony Weiner emails. There's a story on the dark net talks about how Hillary may have been in one of the videos where she was seen in another video with Uma Abedin torturing a child. I'm serious. There's rumor that that's a serious video that was completely suppressed by the NYPD, and the guy that actually found that video is dead, along with his detective, his lead homicide detective. They're both dead from a gunshot wound. One suicided right before they retired. I mean, nobody wants to suicide before they collect retirement at NYPD. What is that, $150,000 a year for a top brass guy to retire? Anyway, they call that video Frazzle Drip, and it's the weirdest story out there. But they believe that that's been completely suppressed. Now, according to FBI technicians, there were over 340,000 emails between Hillary Clinton and Uma Abedin. Now, James Comey said that these emails were just copies of the same 30,000 or 35,000 over and over again. I don't buy that story. FBI agents were stunned to find thousands of Hillary Clinton private emails while examining Anthony Weiner's electronic devices for explicit text messages with a teen girl, a new book alleges. The agents called the discovery an oh shit moment as they combed through Weiner's iPhone, iPad, and laptop after it was revealed he had been sending inappropriate messages to a minor. Yeah, 340,000 emails. Many of them from the domain addresses such as hillaryclinton.com and state.gov. At an FBI briefing later that week, one participant said the revelation was like dropping a bomb in the middle of a meeting. But the discovery fell through the cracks because top FBI officials were overwhelmed by the Russian probe, Stewart wrote. A determined New York FBI agent was scared by what he'd found and pressed his superiors to finish the job. I'm telling you that we have potentially 10 times the volume that Director Comey said we had on the record. The agent recounted to Stewart, "Why isn't anybody here?" The book also revealed how former FBI lawyer Lisa Page lied to bosses at the Bureau about her affair with agent Peter Strzok, telling FBI Director Andrew McCabe, Deputy Director Andrew McCabe, the pair were never romantically involved when they were. So yeah, this is a story that the QAnoners are wondering why Trump hasn't processed this. He hasn't mentioned it at all. So that's very good, True Blue. Thank you for that link. Now we have a few other links that are very important. We watched a Michigan cop assault a guy today, and it was pretty horrific. Yeah, the truth of this type of abuse is going on all over the country. Cops are just they're not even telling you why they're pulling you over. They're just insisting you get out of the car. And the guy merely asked, "What do you do? What are you pulling me over for, sir?"
I'll be happy to tell you once I see who I'm talking to, all right?
I need you to let me know, like, what's going on, like, what happened.
I'd be, like I said, I'd be happy to tell you once I see information.
I'm not giving you my information until you tell me what you pulled me over for.
All right, sir. Failure to give me my information is an arrestable offense, okay? So you can either do this the easy way or the hard way, all right?
Now, technically, you're supposed to be able to, you've got to give them required to give them the information. What is the information? It's not necessarily a driver's license or your registration card, like they normally say, license and registration. They only are required to know your name, your address, and your date of birth. That's it. So you have to give them that information. That's where the guy blew it. So weed is $350 an ounce in Massachusetts. But for some reason, it's like $90 an ounce in Washington. Yeah, it just makes no sense, does it? That's why we need national legalization. Daryl. You're paying $187, yeah. Yeah, you can get about a 20% THC level in weed and pay it for $100 an ounce in this state. Recreational states allow that. But California is double or triple that price. And Massachusetts double or triple that price. So apparently some states are really in abundance and have a lot of product. But you're not allowed to buy it in Washington and take it back to your state. That's illegal. You're not allowed to carry any weed out of the state. Okay, so let's watch what happens here.
I need to know what you pulling me over for.
I'm going to tell you once I see information, all right?
I got information, but I'm not giving you my information. So, am I free to go?
No, you're not free to go. This is an investigatory stop, all right? All right, here's the deal.
For all I know, you could be trying to kill me right now.
You're absolutely ridiculous, all right?
I don't care.
Get out of the car now. Yo, my shit, get outside! Yo, my shit, get outside! Yo, my shit, get outside! Get out of the car, man! Get out of the car! Get out of the car! Get out of the car! Let me get out of the car! Okay, get out!
Get out of the car!
You ain't getting out of the car now. Get out of the car now. Get out of the car on the ground. Put your hands behind your back.
Okay, it's a dude, by the way. It's a black guy, and they're just completely beating him up without even telling him why he's being pulled over. Now, part of my sensitivity training course for this police farce that we have right now is to make sure that they tell people the reason. The first thing they have to do is tell them the reason they're pulling them over. Problem solved, right? Yes, you ran the red light. And then the person could say, well, there was no harm done, sir. No one was hurt, sir. There was no crime committed, sir. And you could have an argument right there thinking you're in a court, but it's not going to work that way. But you're only legally required to give them your name, address, and date of birth. That's legally required. You're not legally required to present any ID or any driver's license per se. But I would give them the driver's license and the ID just to avoid hassles. And I would certainly not talk back to them. I've been pulled over 10 times in the state of Washington by police officers who were pulling me over for the stupidest reasons. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's unfortunate. I don't know the answers to this particular situation, no, in Michigan. I always give my driver's license and registration. And I never leave my window down 2.5 inches. But say a woman gets pulled over by an unmarked car. And there are a lot of those out here now. And the unmarked cars could be impersonated. Some sadist, sadist could pull her over and just pull her out of the car claiming he's a cop. And that's why women only leave their window only 2.5 inches open. Now you're required to have it 2.5 inches open. So even women have to, be concerned that these people could be impersonating a cop and forcing them into a compromised position where they would rape you. So that guy was in fear for his life. That's why he wasn't opening his window. And he was black. He obviously had some run-ins or had heard of run-ins in the past. So here we are seeing a self-fulfilling prophecy where cops just treat people like crap, and consequently, was he a wanted person, really? I don't know the specifics in the case. But the bottom line is that protocol was really off. Really off. They didn't need to be violent like that at all. In fact, unless there was a crime committed, they didn't have a right to break his window or pull him out of the car or anything. So sensitivity training would require the cop to actually tell them the reason they're pulling them over before they actually ask for their name, address, and date of birth. You're not here to judge people whether innocent or guilty. You're here to give them rights as a cop. You're not a judge. So we want these cops also to have a shoot to maim policy as opposed to a shoot to kill policy, because every year in America, on average, 1,200 people die at the hands of cops. That's the truth. Death by cop in America is serious. And more than half of those people are disabled. And more than half of those people are unarmed. So we have a problem, people. And our cops are not getting any kind of correction from this Nazi-like president we have with Donald Trump, who endorses this physical violence. So I count on me lowering the boom on every state and federal funding project regarding police officers unless they meet and comply with a sensitivity training course schedule for every police officer in a rotational manner. And it won't be that difficult. It'll be like a 3-hour session. It won't be a major deal. But we may have a new training session too, another one for domestic crisis encounters, which cops generally have to do. We have a completely duplicitous agency called the CPS, which has to work in tandem with police to deal with children. When police could be trained to do the same thing that CPS does, especially considering CPS, on average, has 1,000 kids in their network dying of torture every year. That's a true statement. CPS is screwing up left and right, and there's more than enough evidence to conclude that CPS has some very dark elements in it that may be perpetrators themselves. Solomon, I'm so sorry you have had to be removed from the show. It's nothing personal, and it seems like you're trying to make fun of Jewish people. That's not right here. We don't allow anti-Semitism here. I've always had good success with just being very respectful of the police officer. Never, no. I've always been very successful in just showing a certain level of respect. I was swatted at my house, and the only reason why I'm still alive right now is because I handled it like a pro. I get more calm when things get more stressful around me. I gain my Zen. I get into a Zen state, and I had to go into a deep Zen meditative state for 10 minutes while the cops threw me on the ground or I had to lay on the ground. The cops cuffed me while I was laying on the ground, and then they roughly picked me up and dislocated my shoulder, which I didn't sue them for, by the way. They didn't twist my arm. They were fairly decent about it, but I had a bad shoulder, so when they picked me up by my shoulder, they of course dislocated it. No, my hair is just it's got that second day after the shower kind of feel. Yeah. But it's how I handled it is how we mitigated the problem. The police gathered about 15 of them around my house with a full SWAT team for no reason. And had they simply checked the file I had at the local Island County Police Department, there would have never been a swatting. But they didn't bother to check my file. They didn't bother to check any information. It was only until they actually caught me online and called me up that they got me to the front door and out the door. And this entire event was never recorded by the police department. They never wrote a police report on it. And that means that they spent $30,000 of the taxpayers' money without writing a police report. So there is no event that I can actually claim happened, except I have all the proof it did happen, the videotape, everything. And that would be enough to file a lawsuit at any time. There's no statute of limitations on the event. They never filed a police report. So because they chose not to follow protocol, and because they simply did the wrong thing and didn't even apologize, there's a strong case against them, and it's still sitting there anytime I want. Sarah was taken down the street and interrogated. And all of this lasted about 10 minutes while George W. Bush was on screen, a story about George W. Bush and John McCain. And we just put a video on, and I walked in, this whole thing happened, and I came back in, and I was completely composed, and it was a very emotionally scarring event, but I handled it with perfection. When I was out there, I had 4 or 5 guys with AR-15s or whatever they carry, holding right at me with their laser sighting, and they were scared shitless. It's like, look, one guy was like sweating, like a sweating pig. Well, I shouldn't say pig, but he literally was sweating from so much fear he had that there was a live shooter in the area. And he's like, and he had his finger on the trigger and a laser sight, and he could have blown me away right there. That's how nervous the guy was. And I was going, man, what's going on? I mean, just relax. I was saying that to myself, but I didn't tell them to relax, because they'd say that was offensive. You can't tell them anything. So don't talk back to police officers, and remain calm and do exactly as they say. Yeah. Hey, let's talk about... no, I won't play that video right now. But let's talk about that another time, because these types of events only piss people off, and I would rather move towards sensitivity training and getting a third party to get accountability from these police officers. So the history of Hillary Clinton has been getting deep and dark. Yesterday we got a link here from the Daily Mail that exposed her ties to the mob. Now, with talk about her running in the election coming up, possibly getting back in the run, we have to look at the fact that her father was a member, he was in charge of the Chicago mob when Capone was taken down. Her father. Yeah. Now you're beginning to understand what's happening. Truth Conspiracy, I'm not going to give you specific answers as to how to respond to police brutality. I can't answer that question. If you were like Abner Louabny, who had a plunger stuck up his ass so far that it ruptured his bladder, you'd be collecting $3 million in a lawsuit. The New York Police Department that did that to Abner Louabny, about 15 years ago, ended up getting only a slap on the wrist. They kept on duty. They didn't even have to pay a fine, but they had to pay $3 million out to Abner and his family. His entire bladder was destroyed. He has to have a colostomy bag or a urinal bag. Yeah, I don't know. I don't track the Louabny family. But this is a poor immigrant family that, was brutalized in New York with a plunger stuck up his ass. That happened. And the police are still on the farce. They're still out there on the beat. Same cops. I think they're like 27-year veterans now. No, I'm not a member of any professional organized crime group. That would be Donald Trump. I don't associate with people like that. But here she was at the behest of one of the mafia's heirs. She had to meet a mafia heir at his pizzeria where he asked for his father's release from prison in return for an offer she couldn't refuse. Basically, Hillary Clinton met Giovanni Gambino at a Charleston, South Carolina pizzeria in 2007 during her previous presidential bid. And he was the son of heroin kingpin Francesco Ciccio Gambino and cousin of Carlos Gambino. Anyway, long story short, here Giovanni met Hillary, and she's like, this is the woman who has deep connections to the Chicago mob through her father. This is a part you don't know about. This is the history of the Clintons that really has never been revealed. Yeah. Here he is with his father. He was trying to get his father negotiated his release, and he did. In 50 years of crime, Carlo only served 22 months in prison. Yeah, anyway, long story short, Hillary's got big connections with the mob. So does Donald. Do we want another 4 more years of mob-driven politics in America? That's my concern. None of us have had an honest president except for maybe Jimmy Carter. And he was just brought in because they needed to straighten out the image of the president after Richard Nixon turned it into a fiasco. My fellow Americans, I am not a crook. No, I could never play Tony Soprano. That guy was incredible. I mean, the guy was a great actor. Too bad he ended up eating 4,000 calories and snorting coke, and he ended up dying in a toilet. It's a bummer. Well, I'm glad we're all here. Thanks for gathering at the river. We've got an important little message from
It's all wrong.
Greta.
I shouldn't be up here. I should be back in school on the other side of the ocean.
Oh, fuck off then.
How dare you?
How very dare you.
You have stolen my dreams and my childhood with your empty words. And yet, I'm one of the lucky ones.
Yes, she is, because she's been paraded around by George Soros and 6 handlers. He has a 22-year-old beautiful brunette woman working for George Soros that handles everything she does, and a bunch of other entourage. In order for her to have a green-friendly trip across the ocean, she had to take a a $3 million yacht, which had fiberglass in it, which would cause nothing but greenhouse gases to build, in order to get across the ocean in her carbon neutral way. And then 6 other people had to fly in. And it's a complete entourage of global climate change experts who think they're experts. And they're pushing this dialogue of cap and trade, which involves taxation. The reason why this young woman was chosen is because she comes from a family of actors, and her great-great-grandfather actually was the greenhouse gas, the person who invented the concept of greenhouse gas as it affects the Earth's and the overall planet's health. So it's very interesting to know that she's just a shill who's been used, and clearly she's got some mental problems and they're exploiting it. How dare you?
People are suffering. People are dying. Entire ecosystems are collapsing.
Yeah, I know. We see it all the time. I actually feel as strong about the environment as she does. That's why I do this. Actually, we really want to help the planet, but we don't want to tax you for it. And I don't want to blame the consumers who are simply buying a product and then putting it in the garbage for the problem that we have. Even the people that throw it out their window we're picking those things up on the streets for you. Yeah. So we've got a very strong system of recycling and cleanup crews, all 24/7, making it so that this woman can have a safe trip to America. I don't know what she's getting paid. I think there's something very wrong about exploiting a child like this. I don't know if AOC is the smartest person in the world. I am. But she did graduate with a degree in economics and doesn't understand what a tax break is. Yeah, that's interesting. I've never seen anybody with a degree in economics who doesn't understand what a tax break is. Her entire community was given a tax break opportunity for George Soros, or for Jeff Bezos and Amazon. That's right. Jeff Bezos was going to build there and get a tax break, $1 billion tax break. She thought that money could have been used instead to help the homeless. No, a tax break isn't cash in your hand, Ocasio. Greta and Ocasio don't even get near me. I'm a person who's suffered tremendous amount of censorship. They've had free press ever since they were born or started their entire political career. Yes, there was an audio effect in that had some sort of flatulence.
We are in the beginning of a mass extinction, and all you can talk about is money and fairy tales of eternal economic growth. How dare you!
Anyway, I don't like to exploit her either, so we'll just leave it as that. No, Greta and Ocasio don't understand the predicament we're in. Neither one of them have mentioned the poisoning of the atmosphere. The truth is, we are being dumped on by chemicals daily. I'm not just floating in a pool of heavy metals that are being dumped on your head. There's lithium in there, there's barium, aluminum, strontium, selenium, nanoparticles. There's viruses, airborne viruses that have been attenuated. There's aerial vaccines. You name it, they're spraying on us, and we're supposed to believe that it's our flatulence that's causing global climate change. I don't want to do that. I'm not exploiting anybody or anything right now. I'm trying to get ahead of this. You keep characterizing me as Ocasio-Cortez, and I don't look a bit like her. I mean, look at this. Do I look like this woman? Seriously. Even remotely. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of scary. Maybe I should go as Ocasio during the holidays. What do you say? I know you're gonna begin to think that maybe I am her. Hang on. We can do this. We have the technology. I kind of see eye to eye with Ocasio. I really do. I'm beginning to see her points. We are seeing concentration camps in and around the southern border. Yeah. How dare you? How dare you imply that I'm Ocasio-Cortez? Well, you know, you don't get perfect teeth without press-on veneers, so. No more planes, no more automobiles. We must stop everything. I'm more of a pragmatist than that. I actually see our automobiles as our infrastructure. And call me old-fashioned, but in order to go from point A to point B, you're going to need something with fuel of some sort. I can't tell you how many people I see in Teslas with charging units with tow trucks sitting next to their car charging them up. I saw one last week in my local Safeway parking store. Greta Thunberg, welcome to the show. Stopping everything isn't going to fix this problem. Yeah, the problem is you're siding with the industrialists that are spraying. They're spraying right on your head. If you had taken that time in front of all those people and mentioned that we're being dumped on with chemtrails, I would have respect for you, young lady. But you didn't mention anything about this. Hello? Earth to Greta. Joe, that's so sad. Joe is paid by the CIA to come into the show and discredit me. They're not contrails, no. These are chemicals. Italian geophysicists have actually studied the most of the activity going on above Italy, and they've determined that these chemicals are designed for weather modification. Yeah, Greta, I'm sorry, but you're underage. You're not allowed to the show. Greta Thunberg, we do not allow anybody below 18 years old. You're 16, you have to wait till you're of age. We had, with Billie Eilish in here a couple weeks ago, a week and a half ago. And she was really Billie Eilish. Yeah, I don't know if you know who Billie Eilish is, but she's only the most number one on the charts young singer in the country. But this is a sampling of just her sound and her look.
My Invisalign.
This would be her in a video. Anyway, yeah. And the reality is, I had to say, Billy, you can't be in here till you're 18. So this is the sunshine of your love, people. Yeah, this is your reality. We're all being sprayed like insects. Now, in your brain, which is being infested with these heavy metals because they do alter your brain function, I'm trying to reach the neurons in your brain that can bypass these particulates and understand what I'm saying. Because these particulates are designed to make you brain dead, apathetic. Some of this has got lithium in it. You can't tell me these contrails, they're coming out of nozzles that are equipped inside planes. We have people from NASA that have verified these are actual dumps, air dumps. We're not going to make this up. So, in order for our country to have a better answer as to what truly is going on in the news, we're going to need my invention as a media verification alliance. What would that do? A media verification alliance? Well, we would have people in the field in every area of the country. They're willing to actually get a little bit of money for their car, a per diem for their vehicle, and we'll give you a daily rate of, let's say, $100 a day for a hotel room. And you'll be given the opportunity to go out to a location where a crime has been committed or a terrorist act has been committed, you'll be given full press clearance and a pass to get in to see the autopsy room and look at the bodies. And that's going to keep this whole concept of false flaggery from happening anymore in our country. We'll get the people to monitor and check the authenticity of the reports coming out of the autopsy rooms and coroner offices. Our country doesn't have any checks and balances. The coroner in New York that decided that Jeffrey Epstein was dead and had died because of suicide, that coroner must have known that they're going to be charged with a felony. I'm going to charge that coroner with a felony when I become president. They'll be going to jail because there's no way this body is Jeffrey Epstein. There's no way. I mean, the nose doesn't match. The cheekbone is bruised, implying physical damage to their body. And the ear is completely off. So, I mean, we've been lied to by a coroner at the NYPD. Is a Soviet jetliner used to spray biochemical warfare aerosols after 91? The West bought the rights and made it into new Boeing and Airbuses. I didn't know that. Thanks for that. I didn't know that. You learn something every day. Yeah. Hey, welcome. Hell All Days here. So what would they do? They would be on call. It would be a job you could get if you put all of your personal assets in a public trust, or at least had a review of your accounts online. We don't want anyone to be bribed, because people could be bribed to say, oh yeah, a bunch of people died and we saw it. Paleontologists, coroners, autopsy experts would not even get a chance to refute this. This would be a federal law.
Greta Thunberg.
How to pronounce Greta Thunberg? Let's take a look. It's very important to those climatologists that are really concerned now.
Greta Thunberg. Greta Thunberg.
Greta Thunberg.
Greta Thunberg.
Okay, we got it. Greta Thunberg. I think she's had enough free press for a lifetime. Let's move on. I think anybody can be gay if they want. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care what your sexual preference is. I just don't in any way want to embrace LGBTQ. I'm not going to give you a full-on bromance hug, if you know what I mean. Dan Schneider deleted 4,276 tweets yesterday. Wow. Wonder why. What's your opinion about him purging his tweets? Give me your take. I don't shake hands with anyone. I do a Howie bump with people. Yeah. If I were to shake hands with you, I would be risking my life. A person could put a rubber glove on and lace cyanide on their hand and put some agent on it to pass into my body. I would end up dying. Yeah, I mean, you can only imagine. I can't shake hands. I can bump like that. You know, like Howie Mandel does. I don't do the French and Italian men kiss thing. If somebody got within 18 inches of my body, I'd push them away, and I'd probably use my one finger punch and knock them 4 feet across the room. Bernie Sanders' daughter-in-law dies after cancer diagnosis. Bummer. Bad. I mean, they're going through a lot right now. I don't think presidential campaign is in his in the works here. Wow. Sanders' daughter-in-law dies at 46 after a cancer diagnosis. And he looks like he's got something growing on his head there too. What's that? Looks like the beginning stages of basal cell carcinoma. Bernie, I think it's time to wrap it up here. The daughter-in-law of Bernie has died. Rain Riggs was 46. She was a neuropsychologist who ran unsuccessfully for a New Hampshire congressional seat in 2018. They worked in an emergency food shelter in Vermont. Okay, well, I'm sorry for your loss. Bernie, just relax. My dad had the same installation of 2 stents in his body. It turns out he did have almost the same procedure, and he lived his whole life, never had heart problems afterwards. So I think you've got a good chance to keep running if you really want to. Bernie does. We're not going to in any way profile gay couples in other countries. We're not a pro-LGBTQ site. You need to go hang out at the Democrat chat room. Yeah, run till you drop, Bernie. I mean, whatever. I mean, I get his message. It resonates loud and clear. But recently, Bernie said that he wanted to have Jeff Bezos pay $9 billion in taxes out of a $13 billion income. That's not right. Even for Jeff Bezos, that's not right. He's just a little too far off to the left, Bernie is. Yes, and human trafficking is a new topic for people to talk about. I never sold lettuce in Venice. I've never sold anything like that. All right. Fox News. The whistleblower wrote a memo after learning of the Ukraine call. The whistleblower wrote a memo after learning about the Ukraine call, saying the White House official called it crazy and frightening, what he heard in the phone conversation with Donald Trump. Now, you know, when Fox News is sounding like negative about Trump, things are changing. The dynamic is changing here.
Now a second whistleblower who is claiming to have firsthand knowledge of President Trump's phone call with his counterpart in Ukraine and maybe more. We're also learning new information tonight about what the Inspector General for Intelligence knew or did not know concerning that first complaint. Chief Intelligence Correspondent Catherine Herridge tells us what that all means tonight.
Behind closed doors, sources close to the matter tell Fox News that intelligence community watchdog Michael Atkinson told lawmakers all he knew about the whistleblower's contact with Stafford Democratic Chairman Adam Schiff came through the media. Atkinson did not know how many times the whistleblower contacted Schiff's committee between the president's July 25th phone call with the Ukrainian leader and August 12th when the complaint was filed. Republicans said Schiff has a conflict because only his team can fill in the gaps.
The president who is they're attempting to remove from office on the basis of this impeachment deserves to know what type of contact there was.
But Democrats said the president's call with the Ukrainian leader is much more than a process issue.
He's putting our national security at risk by trying to use other governments against American citizens. We've never seen anything like this.
On Twitter, the whistleblower's legal team confirmed a second intelligence official came forward with direct knowledge of alleged misconduct by the president. Quote, second whistleblower does possess firsthand knowledge of certain info. There is no legal requirement for any whistleblower to have such knowledge. Law only requires a reasonable belief. A new letter from 90 former national security and diplomatic officials, including harsh critics of the president, said the whistleblower followed the rules. Quote, all Americans should be united in demanding that all branches of our government and all outlets of our media protect this whistleblower and his or her identity. The Republican chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee laid down a marker.
Here's what I'm going to insist upon, that the whistleblower, one or two, whatever, they come forward under oath, testify so the public can judge their credibility.
And former special envoy to Ukraine, Kurt Volker, who was interviewed last week, resigned from the McCain Institute, saying he, quote, risks becoming a distraction from the accomplishments and continued growth of the Institute.
And tonight, Fox News can confirm that on July 26th, one day after the president's call with the Ukrainian leader, the first whistleblower wrote a 2-page single-spaced memo to themselves. Using dramatic language, the whistleblower says of a White House official, quote, described the July 25th call as crazy, frightening, and completely lacking in substance related to national security. That dramatic language and tone are worth comparing to the now public transcript. Brett.
Are you kind of come in and spend time with me? Come on. Trying to get the cat in here. Hang on. Well, I'm tired of the whining in the background. Just trying to play me for wet food. We are in the middle of what appears to be a he said, she said conflict until we see the transcript and know exactly whether Donald Trump did a quid pro quo with the Ukrainian President Zelensky or not. We won't really be able to determine whether Donald Trump can be impeached. It's going to come down to a defining line, but they're going to try to, the Republicans are trying to flush out the whistleblowers, and the whistleblowers, they shouldn't be known right now. There's a strong possibility the whistleblowers their life would be at risk if they were to come out publicly with their names. And we know that Stormy Daniels was threatened by a thug. We know that Justice for Katie was threatened by somebody telling that they were going to kill her if she claimed that she had been raped by Donald Trump at the age of 13. So there's a strong chance that whoever the whistleblower is, if the identity is known, then they're going to end up losing their life. It could happen. So we have to protect the anonymity of the whistleblower right now. I don't support the Republicans' desire to face their accuser right now. I want every single bit of the transcript recorded and then looked at as an item. There's no reason for anyone to know the identity of the whistleblower at this point. As long as it's been legally noted and a deposition has been legally taken, that's all they need to know. Eventually they will be known, and eventually their life may be at risk. But the fact is, we are dealing with a president who has had a history of threatening people through secondary means, third parties, etc. You think it's a game for all of them? I'll see eventually, but it'll be too late. Okay. Too late for me to see? Okay. Yeah, Trump seems to be working the whole political scheme for his own profit. He's got all these conflict of interest laws that he's breached. Excuse me. I finally scored my salmon dinner. Took me a while. Everybody's been pulling salmon off their buffet platter. Apparently, food prices have gone up in Washington, and even the buffets are cutting the prime products out of the main entree. I had to go far and wide to find a really good buffet, but I found one finally. I really look forward to one meal a month where I can actually get those proteins I want. Sadly, Trump is ultimately a symptom of much deeper problems in the psyche of the United States. Yeah, and I believe that the biggest problem we have in our country is censorship. Now, I passed this torch off to Giuliani in an email or in a Twitter message. And this link we got from one of our supporters here, I passed this link on to Giuliani. He ran with it. And last week, he pursued it with vigor. And I think they need to definitely keep unturning the stones related to John Kerry and his son and Whitey Bulger's nephew and Hunter Biden's son, or rather Hunter Biden, Joe Biden's son, and their connection to China. I don't want to go on a diet. Why would I go on a diet? I don't think my police department sees me as a threat, nor do I believe that they're in any way looking at me. I think they realize that the whole thing was just confabulated on the phone by somebody. Fully vaccinated children actually spread measles. That's possibly true. There's evidence that mumps goes through the vaccinations thing. There's an entire ship out in the ocean that's been quarantined for a few months because they had a mumps vaccine where everybody on the ship is getting mumps. So they quarantined the ship, the U.S. ship. It's not a destroyer, it's a frigate. Fully vaccinated children actually are spreading the measles, and the government knows it. Wow. Fascinating. Yep. The barrage of fake news promulgating by government public health officials about influencing public opinion that most childhood infectious disease outbreaks include both vaccinated and unvaccinated children. That's just a very significant statistic. So why would we want to push vaccines that are fully untested? Because people think like herds of animals, and they think, well, we all have to be vaccinated. We all need to be hit with a needle and injected, or else we'll all be unsafe. Well, if the people who are not vaccinated are willing to go to public school, how are the people that are vaccinated in any danger? Could anyone explain that to me? Well, maybe you could explain it to me, jack-off bandit. You're not saving a life of anybody, but maybe a person who's not vaccinated. But people who are vaccinated, they shouldn't have to worry, right? Why are you worried? That wasn't a real amount of flatulence. You're overwhelmed with this flatulence concept. Get that off your mind. Okay, Glenn Beck is not my first source for information. Number one, he's getting too old, too fast. Yeah. There's something wrong with him. He's got that aging disease. It doesn't make sense. Well, look at me in 2008. Here I was doing the show. 54 days straight, 10 hours a day, promoting a political movement in America.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV.
That was me. That was 11 years ago. Okay. Let's take a look at Glenn Beck, 2008 and 2019. Yeah, this was Glenn Beck. Something's going on. I don't know what it is, but this was Glenn Beck in 2008. This was me in 2008. And this is Glenn Beck today. I don't know. I'm beginning to see something. There's something wrong with the way he's living. Maybe he's consuming too many beers, or there's something not right. He's just getting old too fast. He needs to lighten up. Maybe it's the spritz. Maybe it's the fact that he's not using my age reduction therapy plan. They're crying foul about Biden's son while the entire time Ivanka's racking up copyright deals in China. I totally agree. I had Joe Biden in the room last 2 days ago, and I said, Joe, is there anything wrong with you getting your son a good job? And yes, he did some cocaine. Oh, well, he's trying to correct his problem. So Joe had every right to get his son a good job. The question is, did Joe purposely use his influence to get him that job? Is that Joe getting him a job? I mean, do we even know that? I don't believe in growing beards. Consider them very animalistic in nature. I see myself as an evolved human. No, the government keeps tab on me, J-Mix. I've been investigated for the past 10 years. I never did anything bad in the government. I'm just trying to help build a third party in the center of the political spectrum. That's my only thing, and they think that that's a threat to their status quo. British Royal Intelligence has investigated me. A lot of people have been looking into my background. I have feelers out there in all my safe houses. People tell me that, do you know that there have been people looking into this area, asking about you? I'm going, yeah, I figured as much. Yeah, they're looking in every aspect of my life. They don't know what to think of me. The strange and weird thing about me that they don't understand is there's supposedly a guy with my same name that died in 2003 that was extremely dangerous, hardened sergeant in the Air Force. And he served, I guess, over in East Europe, Kosovo, something like that. Thing is, he spells his name David John. He spelled his name David John, John, and my name is David John for Jonathan, like Trump is Donald Jonathan Trump. Same name. I'm David John Sponheim. You want Larry Sinclair on tap?
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Okay. And yes, that's a bannable offense. Thank you. Thank you for letting me play that. Somebody comes in and asks to see that every night, knowing full well that Barack Obama is gay and married to a transgender. So I'm sorry to have to keep playing that. I know many of you know by now that Michelle is a dude. I don't know. I've never had any contact with Homeland Security, but I've heard of people looking into my background. It could be anybody, but I know people are looking into my background. So they must assume that I'm not that person, that seasoned war veteran capable of hurting a lot of people with great capabilities only they learn in Air Force training camps in severe situations. That guy died of some related illness, I think cancer, in 2003. And he was, I guess, a war hero, a second Air Force sergeant. And I'm sure his family misses him terribly. So I'm not denigrating him at all. All right. Well, Oma has been discussing her Gog and Magog theories. Nothing spewy about it. She's got every reason to be concerned. She's becoming more of a biblical expert because of the visual sightings she's had over her house, where she sees the sun have a halo around it. She's getting some strange things that are happening around her. You know, Our Lady of Fatima had the same exact thing that happened over her house. Your lady, my lady, Our Lady of Fatima. It happens every night. You must be in a very unique place in Florida, right near the Bermuda Triangle. Yeah, the Bermuda Triangle is right there. The truth is, all the planes that have gone down and vessels that have gone down in the Bermuda Triangle, we've never known exactly why that happens. I tend to believe that there's an underwater gas leak in that region. It's kind of a vent cap for the Gulf of Mexico. And I believe that there are bubbling gases that could come up from the surface of the ocean at any given time, unbeknownst to a flyer, and automatically suck a plane into the water. Believe it or not, because of the density of gas and water being so different, some theories show that this is entirely possible. It could suck vessels underwater instantly. Even an airplane could be pulled down into the water with this concept. It's hard to say where these happen because they happen without anyone there. You know, does a tree make noise in the forest when no one's there? Yeah, well, we assume trees make noise, but how do we know for sure, you know? The truth is, we assume because we're there, they make noise, but... Hello, Sarah.
Amber wants to be fed.
She is. She's a complaining kitty.
I apologize for...
No, that's okay. I'm glad.
I was mailing off the FEC.
Oh, thank you. Sarah mailed the FEC required literature out. Thank you so much. You're awesome.
We had thank you to the people who donated.
Yeah.
I did not put your information because your donations were small. That all told, they were less than our operating expenditures this month.
Yeah, we don't get a lot of donations, and we're drawing from whatever we have acquired over the many years.
What about just putting it in the corner and putting it on top?
Up here or there?
Down there, like, you know, like how...
Well, that's where I had it, but you blocked it, so...
Well, then put it in front of the video.
Okay, will do. We're working on the board today. We're good on the board. Okay, thank you, Sarah. I'll give you the floor, and the electricity is spiraling out of control behind me. Okay, I will be right back. Thank you.
I don't mind hiding behind the logo, yeah. I mean, it's fine with me. You can see my face.
Okay,
so it's all good. Alright, shall I put in some scrolling news like you wanted? The David calls the trails behind the plains, he calls those contrails if they leave no trail, or if the trail disappears after a few seconds. He calls them chemtrails if they last for a while. Thank you. Well, did you notice I decorated my ears? Power, sunflower power. Probably have them on the wrong ears, but for anyway. For you to be happy, you'd have to design an entire custom layout for me. Okay. Get on it. No, I'm just kidding. That's like David telling me to like work on the website. I'm like, yeah, why don't you work on the website? I'm not gonna do that. But you know I want to make you happy, so there you go. Now, are we not on Twitch? I guess not, because it says broadcasting on 4 and then the laptop's not on. My hair does seem dark right now. I don't know, maybe it's winter. Learning things like that could be fun, yeah. That is one of the reasons that I've decided to not like watch TV on school nights, so that I could spend more time learning, but I haven't really had time to spend learning because I feel like I'm too busy just staying afloat of all this schoolwork I need to do, which is a lot. No, David's not causing me to lose hair. Maybe I'm causing David to lose hair. But I have all my hair. I have nice hair. I don't think I've lost any. It's going well. How are you? Sister, wait, Black Kitty. Are you a brother or sister? I don't know what to call you. What pronoun do you prefer? You learned how to make websites when you were 10. You used to wake up early in the morning before school because you were excited to work on it more. That's very cool. You're like a few years younger than me. That's why. Oh, sister. All right, sister. Sister. Whatever, Milrose. I like David the way he is. He's fine. Yeah, I'm trying to think if no, well, when I was 10, there was the Oregon Trail, but I don't think like the Oregon Trail game existed. Did websites exist? If they did, I didn't know about them. Yes, I agree. I do miss when the internet wasn't so for profit. I accept David just the way he is. Well, that might be true, Melrose. Your preferred pronoun is sir or master. Ooh, I'm going to start using that. Wait. What is it that they say on Game of Thrones? Your Grace? Your Grace, or my lady, or yeah, I think one of those. Your, my grace, my something like that. If I did not play Zork on basic, don't talk to you. I'm sorry, I can't talk to you. I did, however, program on those floppy disks. You know, the whole reason that they were called floppy because they were actually floppy and they're like 5 inches. Yeah, Oh, so true, Misanthropy. People used to do things online because they enjoyed it. It was fun, not because they want to make money. My Grace. Your Eminence. Your first storage device was a cassette tape? Wow. A few dozen floppies left. David, I think he finally got rid of the his 8 tracks because they like went bad, rotted or something. I'm pretty sure you're right, 326. Oh, Eminence is for the Pope. I don't want that one. No. No, I don't think so, Milrose. Rather what is it, 3.5 inch hard disk? Used to go to random channels on Twitch or on Vaughn, or both, and now you just have to stick to a few channels. Hello, Gene Nightcloud. Anywhere? Wow. Why do you not just go to random channels? Because they're all the same, they all want to make money, or? That's pretty cool. You have 5.25 inch and 3.5 inch floppies. Wow. They're pretty amazing. I know, I see that in Vinyl Dream. That's pretty interesting that you keep all your old computer gear. Are you gonna like donate it to like a computer history museum or something like that? Or thanks for all the little hi and your... I can't do that symbol, the OK symbol. It's supposed to be related to something weird now. I think that's just ridiculous. I can just say OK. Oh, you had a 486 in 91? David and I met on a 486. When I had a 486. My dad kept like parts of the 486 for the longest time since David and I met on it. Yeah, I gotcha. It is, you do have to. It does take a lot of patience to deal with people. Just kidding. You don't know some of that back masking stuff if you listen. Back masking. You still have the old discs too, G Nightcloud? Or you did? Wait. Let me see. I wonder if I can see. Yeah, okay. I see your whole chat. Oh, do you hear that? That's what we deal with. David, that's what David doesn't like. The rumbling. Oh, the whole old DOS discs? Yeah, exactly. They're starting the jets. Yeah, those aren't Russian airplanes. Those are U.S. aircraft. By the Navy aircraft. They're the Growlers, maybe, or the Prowlers, one or the other. But that's why David's like, they're messing with our liver because they're just so loud. What did I do earlier? I didn't even leave my classroom, and I was just like, oh, I might go work outside. Never mind. The Growlers and Prowlers are out. Master Meatball says, oh, 768 says backwards masking is ridiculous. Whatever that, I don't even know what you're talking about. And Master Meatball says it only takes patience to deal with people if you have expectations of them. He expects people to act like, he says, asses. And when they don't act like asses, he's pleased. Otherwise, he just accepts that they're going to be that way. So then he's not disappointed. Adobe canceled all users' accounts in Venezuela to comply with Trump's order. Wow. That's why they created HTML5, so that they can free themselves from Adobe. Oh, backwards masking is adding audio in reverse to recordings. Oh, okay. I know the Beatles did some of that. Thank you for explaining it to me, 768. And I agree with you. It is ridiculous if that's what it is. So you're always happy because you're not disappointed with people. You just accept that they're going to be jerks. And then if they're not jerks, you're like, wow, you're not a jerk? Pleasantly surprised. So what's going to happen to iVlog if Flash is going to be gone in December? Maybe the programmer for iVlog will learn HTML5 and WebRTC. I don't know. I just know those words. I have no idea really how they work other than reading like maybe 2 articles. No, Milrose, do you wear... Never mind. I don't even want to know the answer to that question. Why would I ask it? Okay, Cliff said Bill Gates did buy DOS, originally IBM something. Wanted to deal with another programmer, and Bill Gates told the other programmer, but the programmer didn't take IBM seriously. He decided to go golfing instead of deal with IBM. Wow. Bill Gates said, well, if my buddy won't give you his operating system, I'll give you one. Yeah, and then Bill Gates had an awesome lawyer father who wrote up some, basically, he didn't just give him the operating system, otherwise, you know, so IBM didn't control it. It was Bill Gates that controlled it. Anyway. Do I think Hillary will jump into the race at the last moment? No, but Michelle might, which is why David says he always plays her videos. Misanthropy petitioned journalists to stop the persecution of Stallman and apologized publicly. Misanthropy said thinks iVlog will continue to use Flash. They won't care that it's not supported in December. Probably true, just like David. He likes to just stick to what he knows. And Cliff to Chat says the guy that missed his opportunity with IBM died 5 years later, a broken drunk in a violent bar fight. Wow. You might like the book I just read, Cliff to Chat. It's called The Innovators by Walter Isaacson. I mean, I didn't read it. I listened to it on an audiobook. It was awesome. I love that book. Am I still studying programming? I don't have time to currently study programming, but would I like to study programming? Yeah, I think I would enjoy it. I really do think I would enjoy it. And I really like that book because it was like, I really wanted like a ground, like I want to know the big picture, or I want to know the history at least. And anyway, yes, I can show you my earrings. No, actually I'm wearing a skirt with leggings underneath. It's a sunflower and it says power. Misanthropy says he's sure there are people sitting on Flash exploits waiting for Adobe to stop updating, probably. Sunflower power. Now I just need worm earrings. Okay. Well, these leggings, actually, they're called, what are they? Heat, some 3D heat. I forget what they're called. They're basically I get them at Costco and they go underneath my things. They're black. Yeah, they do have a little bit of depth to the art. The flower and they're hand painted. My friend gave me them, and they are hand painted, and they are like, that is embossed. Is that the right word? Anyway, I'm wearing a skirt, and I think they're called something degree heat or something like that. Anyway, inexpensive unpatched phones put billions of users' privacy at risk. Billions who only connect with cheap Android phones pay with their personal info. That might be me. Am I one of those people that am I paying with my personal info? Maybe I am. I do kind of have an inexpensive phone. I don't know if it's been patched. You should only buy phones that have custom ROMs that are updated all the time. Well, I have a Samsung. Oh, I wanted to look up this thing. All right, anyway, I was looking at 3D mammography. That's what I was looking for. It's an imaging test that combines multiple breast x-rays to create a three-dimensional picture of the breast. Oh, Howie's back. Yeah, they do have 3D. The 3D mammogram is used as a breast cancer screening to look for breast cancer in people with no signs or symptoms of the disease. No. No. I'm not going to do that. I hate mammograms. I do. I hate them. I hear that they're better when you're older, but I had one a few years ago. Well, maybe it was 10 years ago, but is it National Breast Cancer Awareness Month? Maybe. Well, I was listening on the radio and they had this thing about a 3D mammography event up in... Yeah, we'll just check myself. Anyway, and that's what happened a few years ago. I had a lump removed and it turned out to be benign, but it's just... What I don't like is that it's... I hate how it squeezes everything into a plate. It's just stupid.
What are you talking about?
Mammography.
Oh, I know. Mammography is, they find that digital mammography is, more effective, but ultrasound provides results as well, especially of severe cases. But ultrasound could be a precursor to mammography, because mammography is really painful to women.
I found it horrible.
Oh, definitely. I mean, there is questions about prostate too, the effectiveness of the PSA exam, the finger test, and all that. Science should get a little bit better at determining whether somebody has the formative stages of cancer in their body. I think science could do a lot better, and I don't think we have enough people working in this department. We could have a 24/7 cancer cure center. That would be good. 24/7's doctor would, various shifts of scientists would work together at standard pay, a graveyard shift, a regular shift, an evening shift. No, don't keep talking about that, or it's a bannable offense. Thank you. They have a new machine? Yeah. Well, I'm worried about Max. Max hasn't been back in a long time. And iBlog's Max, he disappeared. We're not sure if he's had some health problems. But he had died for 18 minutes prior to coming into our show. He came back to life just to be in our show for a while, and he may be gone now. So, special thought out to Max. Yeah. You think Max left because you didn't tolerate him giving people bad privacy advice? Wow. You think he was intimidated by you? You know that not only 40% of Americans will get cancer in their lifetime, another 58% will also get cancer by the time they're 98 years old. Yeah, well, 98% of all men will get cancer by 98, prostate cancer. Really? The ghost of the former resident? Now that's a little weird, Soul Child. It sounds like you've been off your meds. You're hallucinating again with ghosts. Or maybe you did encounter a ghost. Hang on a second. Hang on. What is this?
I don't know.
You're not allowed to post stuff about me from this guy. Yeah. Yeah, I'm that you're never allowed to do that. Yeah. I'm gonna purge that just so you know. Okay. Send the other link. Isn't this headline ironic? I don't know. Yeah, see, those are the lower quality avocados I got. Apparently I spent, I thought I got a good deal, but I didn't get the really good ones, but that's okay. U.S. bans travel by Chinese officials tied to Muslim abuses. Yeah. That's one move in the right direction to stop human rights abuses, because they are banning Muslims in China. Thank you, Sarah. Get some rest, have some food. There's whatever you want in the refrigerator.
Odin, my dad's family doctor said don't drink. You're better off drinking whole milk than 1% or 2% milk, because they use chemicals to strip the fat away. It's not like, I thought it was a
centrifugal?
Yeah, centrifugal kind of thing, but no, they use weird chemicals to strip off the fat.
That's right, Sarah. And your his doctor said this, and I said, I'm not going to drink low-fat and non-fat milk anymore because of it. And I feel better because I'm drinking whole milk. And I found that if you drink ultra-pasteurized milk, it doesn't digest as well. The vitamin D doesn't work as well. So now I'm just getting whole, no hormone milk that's just simply pasteurized, not ultra-pasteurized. That's what I think. I'm just drinking. I feel fine. I don't feel like I'm gaining weight. No, I need to maintain exactly what I'm doing. Right now I'm digesting 3,000 calories of pure Pacific salmon. And some cod. Yeah, it's really good. Must be 3,000. Well, I'm going to say 2,000 calories. Can the U.S. government get a patent on cancer, assuming it's weaponized? Are you planning on facilitating a weaponized cancer product? Because I think that's illegal. I don't know what's wrong with you, man. You have such a derogatory view. Jeez. Roundup is in your body. We're all pissing Roundup. The truth is 93% of Americans are urinating Roundup. Oh yeah, I look like the concierge at the Wynn Hotel. Hello, sir. Can I help you? Sir, it appears that you're a bag person. We don't normally take bag people. You're a famous actor? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're in Shameless? Oh, okay. Yeah. And your name is William Macy? Oh, well, by all means, come on in, We don't want you to... Yeah, we don't want you to lose your opportunity. Do you have a penthouse suite, Mr. Macy? Okay, absolutely. We can arrange that. Yes. William Macy. I saw him at a local casino, and I had to do a double take. I was going, seriously? Are you really William Macy? Or are you... I've seen bag people that look like you. So it's hard for me to imagine a better bag person look than the William Macy look. Dave, people say we look a lot alike, but I make a lot more money than you do because you don't make any money, Dave. So who's calling who a bag person? Yeah, William Macy. Whew. Most American face in America. John? His name was John, really? So you had a ghost crack jokes with you? He apologized for startling you in the past when you saw John? So you literally had a conversation with a ghost? This is a first, folks. We've got Anita, and now we don't know if this is a hallucination or not, because she is, Okay. You see, the noise of the cat is not like talking to a ghost, Anita. Okay, we have other questions to talk about, not just people in the room. A dozen House Democrats are calling on the EU ambassador to resign amid the Ukraine scandal. The European Union is involved now. It's getting worse. Apparently, Ukraine was pulling the same maneuver that Russia was trying to, get into government officials' pants by giving Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi's sons good jobs. And now this whole thing is wrapped around, and Zelensky was wise enough not to meet with Giuliani. Yeah, I do look better than him, you're right. And he drinks a lot. He's the only guy I've ever seen who's made a huge amount of money drinking. Well, no, Jeff Bridges. I saved Jeff Bridges' life. He was so drunk one day. This is back in the late 80s. He was so drunk, he just literally rolled over and almost went through a glass pane of window that I was standing next to. I grabbed him, and we were like cheek to cheek, and I'm going, hey, buddy, you don't want to do that. Come on over here. And his limousine driver would say, yeah, come on over here. And I guided Jeff to the limousine, and he got back in it. Nick Nolte looks a lot better now. Yeah, he's cleaned up his act. He's getting some work. You know, he's a great actor. I don't think anyone realizes, you know, how incredible the guy is. At 78, he still proves he's got it. He's out there riding right in traffic. Yeah, this guy looks like, yeah, you see how great he looks for his age? 78 years old. He's driving in traffic in Beverly Hills. That guy's amazing. I do resemble him quite a bit. Yeah, it's true. I mean, he and I could be like kissing cousins almost. Except I don't. Yeah, I'm not gay. I don't think he is either. Dave, I hear you're bad-mouthing me, man. Don't do that, man. I don't like that. No, Dave. Hey, could I spare $50? I gotta go. I gotta get a new seat for my bicycle because my hemorrhoids are hurting too bad. Pretty good. Yeah, I'm just glad Nick Nolte's getting some exercise. That's good to know. Thank you. And thank you for talking about something important. Let me see what you're saying. Use powdered milk? Are you serious? How the hell can you handle powdered milk for 15 years? Folks, we got a guy in iBlog that is actually, he drinks powdered milk for 15 years. That's smart, actually, when you think about it. 90% match. You're right, Bengalitis. He doesn't like, well, I've got press-on veneers. He and I would look identical with press-on veneers. Yeah, he and I obviously look very similar. He looks a lot younger than I do, though. He's 78. I mean, this guy's amazing. Let's talk about something else. I've been boring you with all these stories about, you know, how Jeffrey Epstein's still alive and all that stuff based on these photos and obvious proof. The ears don't even match. The nose doesn't match. The cheekbone doesn't match. Anyway, I don't want to bore you with that anymore. It's taking up too much time in the show. Did you get this video? No, I didn't. I just didn't comprehend it. Yeah, I didn't get it at all. If they were saying this in 1971, what the hell are they doing?
Everybody.
Yeah.
So, I want to show you guys a clip that is something that didn't quite make it into the minds of men, but is something that I think we should discuss for a little bit because, I mean, not everything could make it into that movie. That's a 4-hour long, well, almost 4-hour long movie. And there was just some things that we just couldn't put everything in there. But this is something that I saved aside and I thought, you know, in the future, we're going to have to talk about this too, because it's another one of these things that people just need to see for themselves. A lot of what was going on in the 70s, and even the revelations too, I think in many ways, looking back on that in retrospect, is just a way of getting the public ready for the scientific dictatorship that was coming. The technocracy that was burgeoning at that time and that we now live under today. I mean, I think
this is a very wordy video, and I'm going to get back to it, and we'll play it tonight. Thank you for giving me the link, Misanthropy. Now, PG&E is completely cutting down everybody's power, and we're seeing massive shutbacks and cutbacks. Yes, here we go. I don't know, no, that's not Misanthropy. That's just the link he sent me. But the power will be cut off to a large swath of California tonight, and they say this will impact people for 4 days. But there's maybe a chance that some of Humboldt will escape that fate. Oh, for sure, dude. I don't know how my grill lights could possibly work with an electricity shortage, you know? There's so much mold and fungus that'll form on my leaves, you know? For sure. Well, they'll be running generators to keep those electric grow lights going out in the middle of nowhere anyway. So, yeah, there's a lot of illegal and illegal pot growth in Northern California. It could be impacted by the power being cut off, but Bay Area will definitely be affecting 800,000 customers. Now, why are they doing this? To prevent a fire. Apparently, no one got the memo at the state government that the fires at Paradise were probably caused by directed energy weapons, like the ones behind me. These are actual photos of directed energy weapons used in the Paradise fire. Yeah, so why the government won't investigate this? Because they're the ones frying their homes. Yeah, that's why we need a third party, because these people that are getting away with this genocide seem to think it's okay. It's perfectly fine to burn people in their houses, while they're sitting there having dinner. Most of the people in that fire, and the one before it a year earlier, the Woolsey fire, most of the people didn't have time to get their pajamas on while they were being electrocuted or burned. Each of the houses burned at 3,000 degrees. That everything melted except for the plastic garbage bins in the front yard, which makes me think that, plastic won't burn in a microwave. You can zap it up, for a while with water in it, it won't burn. So we have more than enough evidence to conclude that direct energy weapons were used to fry those homes. Now, that may be a little shocking for some of you that I'm saying that our country is committing genocide, but it very likely could be the process that's going on. Misanthropy discovered a unique anomaly. Monterey and the shale oil development is right in the same path of these fires. And ironically, the people behind this shale oil investment would be PG&E, okay? And they're underwritten by the Rothschild family. So if the Rothschild family had control of our military and could use directed energy weapons to fry the forests around these areas, they would open up the land a lot faster than eminent domain laws would allow. No, I don't want to disbelieve it's true. I've got people, eyewitnesses on the ground, fried bodies, 3,000 degrees, melted refrigerators, washing machines, gun collections. No. It's not confirmation bias at all. We've got proof of 3,000 degrees. Can you explain 3,000 degrees? I'll be waiting, because there's been no fire in a wooded area that gets to 3,000 degrees unless an accelerant is used. It'd have to be burning fires of gasoline and napalm to get to 3,000 degrees. So the only other explanation is they're trying to destroy the area that they want to actually exploit, because there's a tremendous amount of fracking gas in this region, just as much as the Bakken fields, if not more. The North Dakota area. I love California, and I will do everything in my power to make California better and deal with this homeless crisis, which is growing left and right. And Trump kind of ran off saying last week he was going to start taking federal action against the homeless problem in California. I think that that's premature. We need solutions. But to me, federal action means FEMA coming in. The worst possible thing you want to hear is, we're the government and we're here to help. That's been said many times. It's scary. We don't necessarily want to be there to help those people. We want solutions in place, like mobile service units. Well, I would build yurts for homeless people if it was easy. But they tear down in high winds. No, it's okay. I grew up in California, Los Angeles specifically, and my home was right down here. And I never encountered a year when I grew up there where we didn't have rain 5 times a year. For real. So rain once or twice a year now, and only in little spurts, it's a little bit weird to me. I think they're artificially dehydrating the area and frying it with directed energy weapons. Ben Carson's doing nothing for homeless, yeah, and HUD could really step up. I've got a lot of ideas that could help provide solutions for homes for a lot of people. Yeah, we've got solutions that we wrote about in our book, Hybrid Capitalism. which is available in our store for a 99-cent Kindle download. Or you can buy the paperback. Yeah, there's been almost no rain in California since the beginning of the year when they flooded. Exactly. No, if you grew up in the suburbs in the 70s, you met a lot of black people in LA. That's ridiculous. I lived in an area in Orange County, California, where I had at least 5 or 6 black kids in my classroom. And I'll never forget the weirdest experience I've ever had. A woman, I didn't get your yurt link. Let me go back and check it. There it is. Got it.
One of my...
Yeah, okay, well, yurt designing coming up tonight. Thanks, Misanthropy. One of my weirdest experiences in life was I was in 2nd grade, and this black woman walked up to the desk, a black girl walked up to the desk next to the teacher and I, when I was standing there. And I just had this totally calm, almost amazing feeling of calmness sweep over me. And it was just the way she carried herself. It was almost like I was captivated by this black woman when I was like 7 years old, or black girl. She was about my age, 7 or 8. Yeah. I was captivated by her presence. I was just like, whoa. I was like, wow. And I not audibly remember at 7 years old going, wow, that's really a calm person. She really calmed me down. I was like, wow. Black women carry themselves very, very special. I actually dated a Jamaican American woman who was, she carried herself with a certain style. I don't know how to express that, but it was a unique experience. And I'm just telling you how I felt when I was a kid. Yeah, it was just weird. It was just, I've never replicated. Well, Sarah is the only person that's ever made me feel that calm. Sarah and that woman would be on the same level of elegance, so to speak. Do I have proof of melted titanium? At this point, they've got proof of melted metal. Every piece of metal was melted, yeah. Just do some research on it. 153 News has a lot of those clips. If you go to 153news.net, you'll see all these stories of horrors of people fried in their cars. They didn't even have enough time to get out of their cars. But we've got great ideas to build houses in America. That could be a big solution for our housing crisis, which is getting worse. But we also have the possibility that these houses could be just fixer-uppers, renovations. Okay, so the solar rooftop revolution is about jobs, and the Homestead Renewal Plan is about jobs. And together these ideas will bring about 1.5 million new jobs that won't be taken away by computers or robots. And this is what we plan on doing and providing as a centrist political movement, is to come up with job ideas to replace the automation that's clearly going to take over about 80% of our workforce. Our society won't function unless people are either getting free money or working, or both. And that's one of the reasons why I'm the architect of the basic income plan. I came up with the idea in that book, Hybrid Capitalism, along with Sarah. We came up with it. It's called Baseline Plus. And we cover the baseline of $500 a month for average people. Andrew Yang doubled it. And if Andrew Yang gets the nomination, I'll make it $11.11 per month for average Americans, U.S. citizens, who are currently not receiving anything. And if you're getting disability, I'll kick that up to $11.11. If you're getting Social Security, we'll kick that up to $11.11. We want everyone at $11.11, assuming Andrew Yang wins the nomination. If not, we're going to drop down to $500, which is the fair amount and what I think we should afford. I own the copyright for my book, Hybrid Capitalism. Sarah and I both own it. When we developed this political movement, or committee, or whatever we're calling ourselves, we had one thing in mind. It wasn't to profit, it was just to distribute information. And if people take my ideas and run with it, great. when I saw Donald Trump virtually stealing all my ideas, I was a little upset at first. And then now I'm saying, you know, I'm willing to say that Donald Trump borrowed my ideas. I'm fine with that. Because it's important that these ideas get built. New ideas. He never took these ideas, though. Hillary talked about the rooftop revolution kind of idea during the debate. So she brought something like this up. She must have been aware of our idea earlier. But this kind of concept where the government pays for the solar rooftop on your house, you don't have to pay a dime. It comes out of your electric bill. It's brilliant. You couldn't possibly have a signed copy. There's only one available. There's only 2 in circulation. Only 2 have received a signed copy. Anything else is in some sort of a facsimile. If somebody is selling my book online and as a signed copy, that's illegal. They need to be prosecuted. Mad Dog has a signed copy, and the woman who made a large donation to our party in 2014 has a signed copy. She has the number 3 copy. Mad Dog has the number 4 copy. Sarah and I retain the number 1 and 2 copy. But I don't know what you'd have to prove to me that somebody was doing that. We could prosecute them. Anyway, unlike Bernie, who offers millions of jobs that you don't even know what they are, we anticipate about 250,000 jobs installing solar panels in the country, where you could start your own small business, 4 to 5 people. We'd give you training at a local community college. Everyone would get free training. You'd get the solar panels and the equipment and the glue. All you'd have to do is provide the labor, and you'd have yourself a small business. We would give you the money for the solar panels. We would pay your wage to install it at $20 an hour. Your business could incur that cost if you just make a bid for the installation. And ultimately, you would have a long-term income maintaining these solar panels as well. The rooftop revolution will involve people who were initially in a lottery, and then gradually will be offering it to as many people who can afford it. We're going to be making money on your rooftop. We're going to make 25%, or actually 50% of the money you're making off of the electricity. You're going to have a reduced electric bill, but it will be making 25% off of that electricity, or 50% off that electricity, depending on what it's set up as. And you'll be getting a reduced electricity bill, but we'll be making money on your rooftop for a 40-year lease, as long as the rooftop is up there. And they're good for about 40 years. So we're actually going to make more than the cost of installation on the rooftop. The government will. But you'll continue to make money on your electric bill. You'll save money. So it's a win-win for both the consumer and the government. We have to have upfront costs of installation. We have to help you, pay you the money and provide you a solar panel. Or it'll actually be a roll of solar panels. We anticipate rolling them out. Okay, there's talk about the blizzard that's coming. A blizzard suspends Hearthstone player for Hong Kong support, pulls prize money. With Hong Kong in the news and all these protests going on, I'm a little bit... is this a game? Sheng Blitzchung, a pro Hearthstone player from Hong Kong, ended a stream earlier this week with a statement of support for those engaged in months-long protests against local police and government. As a result of this, Blizzard has ruled that he violated competition rules and have landed out a heavy punishment. In the stream, part of the broadcast of the Asia Pacific Grandmasters, Blitzchung wore a mask similar to those worn by protesters and said, "Liberate Hong Kong, revolution of our age." Wow. So this is a top gamer that is making a protest and is getting a lot of reviews. And according to the gaming company, he's violated it. Blizzard he's violated it. Okay.
你就讲完那8个字，然后导播我们就结束，我们就什么也都不要聊了，然后你随时可以开始。头先低下。
光复香港时。
Okay, now this guy gets international attention, and he's a gamer, and I get no attention. I think I'm going to pass on that one. Thank you. You know that people with HIV are getting free apartments? Really? Miss Atherby says there seems to be a lot of stuff going on about China right now. The NBA also might lose their contract with China to show games there because the commissioner said he supported anti-China a tweet a player made. Wow. Also the new South Park episode. So anybody who's going against China could very well be punished with Chinese retribution. Yeah. Should we really worry about that? I mean, we're not responsible for China's entertainment system, nor do I care if they get to see the NBA. I mean, really. You guys don't remember the days when Mao Zedong pretty much kept a lid on everything that went on in China. It was like Vegas. What goes on in China stays in China. They are harvesting human body parts. They're arresting people with slight amounts of debt and then taking their bodies and ripping them apart and pulling their organs out. China is not a nice place. We need some change there. We need commitment and confirmation from...
This video is sponsored by Audible.
I mean, we also have a problem now because China won't accept our trash. And this video talks about how China is rejecting our trash. Well, maybe we should deal with our own trash, you think?
Listen to a free audiobook. It's because for decades, China has been buying the world's trash. Prices, making everything more expensive. Supply and demand, shipping a 20-foot container from Shanghai to Los Angeles might cost $1,000. The other way, $400-500.
So we've been sending our trash back on the containers that we've been getting from China. I think Trump should start a trash plan. He doesn't have one. Donald, if you're listening, I would like to start a trash plan for America as your vice president for 2020. No, I think we can do better. Even if we were just to take existing landfills and cap them with black plastic, we could veritably create our own methane centers, methane generating centers. And we'd be capping that methane so it didn't land into the air and it wouldn't be a greenhouse gas. I have a plan to put heavy, thick black plastic on top of all our landfills and then have outgassing centers with thermometers so we can check their heat too. We don't want to actually have underground fires as a result of it. But we could actually outgas methane right out of chutes of controlled, condensed methane air coming out of these things. Believe me, it would save neighborhoods too, because we would be pulling that smell out of the air. China is really facing a massive pollution crisis. You know, they've taken all our CRT TVs from the old days, and they're sitting there right next, there's mountains of CRTVs, you know, the cathode ray tubes. There are mountains of these things near the Yangtze River that are polluting cadmium and carcinogens all in the Yangtze River, and it's one of the most polluted rivers in the world. I'd be willing to help China filter their rivers and work collaterally with them. If they want to start a program to get rid of plastic waste from their rivers, I'd be more than willing as a president to help develop that technology and help build it even. Whatever we can do to help. We're going to try to do it here in America too. I'm working on an idea that can actually sit next to river outlets as they move into the oceans that works on a water wheel concept where the water of the river flows through and baskets pick up the plastic from the rivers and drop it in bins that then move as a railway. So there's never a full bin. It constantly is moved to a railway, a small track which sends it to a compression center and a sorting station, which will sort plastic from glass and metal. And once we have all the sorted plastic, we can start melting that down and creating oil. So we can actually recycle plastic at these river spouts. There's 11 or 10 rivers in the world that are extremely polluted. They've been identified, and Yangtze is one of them. The Ganges is another. It's unbelievable how corrupt and dark and polluted it is in the Ganges. Here's a picture of people actually swimming among dead bodies and feces and urine. And people actually go out there and then dip into this Ganges River, which is filled with plastic, human waste, feces, urine. And they do it because they believe the water of the Ganges has their ancestors in it and makes them cleanse again and rebirthed into a new, whatever. I'm not a Hindu. But this is how messed up it is. Now, look at the plastic waste there. You'd think it's a no-brainer. Just put a plastic basket. Even a laundry basket would filter that if you ran it through, a water wheel. So you can imagine a water wheel made of laundry baskets that pick up plastic as the water's flowing through it, and then go to the next level, drop the plastic into a rail line, and goes the other way and into another area where it's sorted. We need to develop this technology. We can stop and make a major dent in plastic waste by simply doing this to 10 rivers all around the world. So I'm trying to make this more realistic. Whereas Greta Thunberg had no solutions for fixing the environment, I have air filtration, water filtration, and a whole host of solutions like stopping chemtrails from being dumped on our head. I mean, it's that simple. Just stop spraying us. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Just stop the sprays. Do it. Yes. This is a day in the life of a chemtrail victim. We're all chemtrail victims. We're all breathing this crap that they're dumping in the air. And the reason why they're dumping in the air is because they want to accelerate the rate of climate change. The elitists are putting people like Greta Thunberg in front of us, who's getting sponsored by George Soros, and their end game is to make us all taxed for the waste that they have created. They are literally dumping this crap on our heads, manipulating it, creating weather change, and then claiming that it's our fault that these weather change events are happening. That's what's happening. It's that simple. They're the ones who want to tax us, the ones who are actually polluting us rapidly. She's always been an Illuminati puppet, Greta. I looked at the filthy Indians, yes, and the reactions. Cow dung is the most eco-friendly kindling of all in India. Cow dung, they burn fires with it. They can use cow dung. Yep. I'm not making a trip to India anytime soon. I think India has to deal with India. But if we can help them with the Yangtze or in China or the Ganges in India, we certainly can. Is this time for cowbell, or are you in the mood? Do-do-do-do-do. You know, cows hate that sound. It drives them crazy. Would you want a bell ringing around your head all the time? I mean, it may be calming for some people in the room who have slight cases of autism, but these are the areas affected by the power shortage. God. And it's all preventative measures so that no power lines drop down. So if the directed energy weapons are still used, then we'll begin to wonder if this is really, man-made, or is it caused by a power line that dropped. So in the San Mateo Bay Area, there's going to be a lot of pissed off rich people over the weekend, I assure you. Yeah, that's very expensive property up there. Yeah, Ted Turner was prophesizing that we should get rid of 95% of our population. And back in 1997, he talked to the Audubon Society, and he told people that he felt that the world was going to need to get rid of its population. We just need, well, let me show you what he said to start with, because it's always nice to see what the guy said. Now, Ted Turner had 5 kids, but he said that we should all have 1 or 2.
We've got to stabilize the population. When I was born, there
so what's wrong with the population? I mean,
with too many people. That's why we have global warming. We have global warming because too many people are using too much stuff. But if there were less people, they'd be using less stuff. We're altering the climate and the world in so many different ways. And what we're doing is reducing the Earth's carrying capacity so that each year the natural world gets poorer. and less able to support the increasing number of people. We have a finite world, but an infinite ability to increase our population. We've got to stabilize population on a voluntary basis. Everybody in the world's got to pledge to themselves that 1 or 2 children is it.
Right.
And we've got to do that, because otherwise all the gains that we make in redoing our energy system are going to be erased by population increase.
I don't believe that that's really the problem. I have a much more forward-looking view at the whole problem. I believe that we need to do a couple things. No chemtrails. We need air filtration at key points in our large mountain ranges. Even mufflers. And, you know, there's 16 ocean liners, cargo containers, that are really the biggest polluters. If we manage to filter the air out of those cargo containers, we'll be arresting 80 to 90% of the air pollution that we're currently seeing. Your car is not the problem. Your car has a really good system in it, a catalytic converter that prevents air pollution from getting too bad. Maybe in some countries where cars have no catalytic converters, or they're all burned out, those are a problem, admittedly. But for the most part, cars are not the cause. Livestock contributes 5 times more greenhouse gas than cars. So solutions like this are a lot more intelligent. And dealing with that basic solution right there of no chemtrails will eliminate the accelerated rate at which climate change is happening. I guarantee it. Now, if any of you think that, David, you shouldn't talk about chemtrails because that makes you wacky, that's exactly what the government would like you to think. That anyone who mentions the most obvious statement of fact is some sort of a whack job. You know, we have more than enough proof to validate it. In fact, I have a website called chemtrailparty.com. Go to check that out. Go to the link page. It'll show you all the evidence you need. Now, here's some big links of India. This is the kind of life that they're leading in the streets of India. There's a large dung pile there for animals to go eat at, and cows are revered. There's animal rummaging through trash and litter in Puri. Indians on the side of a road. A lot of these pictures didn't pop out. They're missing. Look at all the missing links. Look at that. Bathing by the Ganges while a corpse floats by. You can't even get the picture. Oh, there it is. Oh my God, look at that. There's a corpse floating right by the people that are bathing in the Ganges. Isn't that crazy? Oh, dead bodies. This is why they need a cleanup operation. This is crazy. I mean, whatever. Thanks for that link. Yeah. Ew, I know. Well, Ted Turner wanted population control because, like most elitists, they believe that the best way to deal with the global climate problems would be to get rid of all of us. They would love it if they were legally able to commit genocide. Yeah, I'm sure the elitists would love just napalming the entire world, just getting it over with so they could start again. That's what they think is the key. When we really have a simple solution to this entire crisis, it's not that big of a deal. It's called water, and it's key. Water, fresh water is key. That PG&E link did not open up Space Shuttle. When India has 1.2 billion on the way to matching China in size. You guys who simply believe that we need to get rid of the population have fallen into the trap that the elitists have laid for you. Many of you may have even been educated in college, and like me, I was taught about the limits to growth. Big stories about limits to growth, always how, we're just, the population's destroying the world. We're at 7.5 to 7.6 billion right now. And I know that there's plenty of land out there. I've driven it. And if I could get water inland with ocean pipelines stretched across the entire, like LA to Baker, California, we could have an ocean pipeline. We'd see a large spreading of the population, geographic growth nexuses, nexi. Yeah. Okay, they have 1.35 billion, India does. So they're matching China now. I don't think we need to do that. What we need to do is help countries like China develop more fresh water. They've got lots of land too. Water is running out. The fresh water is drying up. So I have a solution called a passive desalination solution called the Ocean Pipeline, which we bring into our show and talk about. Here's our mobile service unit and our mobile medical unit idea. This is part of our solution for America, but right, I just have to get rid of a few things here. The infrastructure bank could help pay for a lot of this, yes. Yeah, I don't seem to have the Ocean Pipeline in easy access here. I should have had it for you forward. It's not there. We talked about the 24/7 Cancer Cure Center. That's a pretty cool idea. Yeah, I've got the Ocean Pipeline buried down here somewhere. Well, I think I'll go get it again. Yeah, it seems to have disappeared. Yeah, very strange. We could also do something like pricing up plastic waste. This is a concept we came up with as well. Pricing up plastic. It's working in certain areas. People are getting away from the use of plastic because of it. Certainly a viable solution. I think $1 a bag, you know, and we should actually give people canvas bags. Canvas is biodegradable. So if we give them for $1 a canvas bag, I mean, that's practically the cost of the canvas bag. We'd be breaking even, but the government would be supporting canvas bags for everybody, and many of you would reuse bags. You wouldn't just throw the canvas bag in the garbage, although some of you would. So that's, you know, inevitable. It's inevitable. Mr. Anderson. It's inevitable, Mr. Anderson. The future of biotech. The advance of AI and the ultimate takeover of the entire human race, Mr. Anderson. It's obvious that that's their plan. We're getting to the Ocean Pipeline. Yeah, it's just sidetracked. It happens. Yeah, back in 2005, Sarah and I created this concept called the Ocean Pipeline Project. And it really is designed to desalinate water all over the world whenever possible. And the goal is to actually have these plastic evaporation centers, modules, if you will, positioned all over areas near water, near ocean water, where seawater is readily accessible. So let me get back in the screen here. The idea is to actually put seawater in the middle of the Ocean Pipeline. And this is about a 7 foot, this is 7 foot, 11 foot wide, 11 foot distance wise and 7 feet across. But what happens is the seawater evaporates in the sun. The inside of these modules are about 150 degrees and they evaporate a lot faster than normal. And on a typical day, without doing anything, you'll get at least 3 gallons of fresh water in both sides of these vents. That may not seem like a lot, 3 gallons. But you multiply this over a long distance, you'll have a lot more water, and we can bring them into receptacles and have that receptacle area, a reservoir, be available for potable drinking water, potable or drinking water. So we can also accelerate the desalination process using a variety of techniques. If we were to somehow have water pumps that run on solar power, we could spray the water. That's right. And I've seen good results from spraying the water in the middle of the of each unit. So the water sprays out like this out of a nozzle and doesn't go beyond a certain level. It just kind of sprays like that. It doesn't spray over there because that would be seawater going in there. So that would be, but it just kind of gets it aerated, and that helps evaporation as well. We can also use filter systems that have been developed, like graphene, that can actually filter seawater perfectly, which means we could probably, out of each pipeline module, we could get probably 10 gallons of water. Stretched across the landscape, these things will last 50 years. Made out of heavy polycarbonate plastic, and very durable, and even to the point where even if you hit it with a bullet, it will just fracture a small piece. It won't destroy the whole thing. We would know, too, if it was hit with a bullet. It would have a sensor in it, a fiber optic sensor. So we build these plastic covers to actually be IntelliCovers that will decide where any breaks ever occur, so we'll always know where to go patch them. And a patching crew could be automated, robotic even. What people have asked, well, what about algae forming in here? Well, yeah, there's a lot of algae that could form in there. It's true. We can use a variety of natural UV and ozonation processes, along with cationic and anionic systems that send electricity through the water that prevent algae from developing and bacteria from forming. So that's possible. The salt itself will pour out of the base. We'll have a collector section in the bottom of each thing that will be like a pipe that will be down at the base, and these are triangular holes, kind of like that. And whenever the salt drops down in there and it gets really concentrated, and it will, we'll be pulling it out at the base and putting it into dehydration areas where salt can be turned into salt that will ultimately turn into molten salt, which can be used as solar concentrators. So the salt can be used. The water itself can be broken into hydrogen and oxygen. We can create liquid hydrogen out of these systems using solar energy as well. So there's a tremendous amount of potential for humanity to actually do just that. Fix the environment.
It's the 9th of October.
We're probably at a point in our life where we really need to, look at all options on the table. But water is key to our future on this planet. Anyone who says otherwise is a fool. Okay, here we have an Extinction Rebellion protester. These stories are spinning out of control. The media loves to eat this up, where they keep talking about how these Extinction Rebellion protesters are disrupting your work commute. And PK went out of his way to do a video about it, which I like, because he knows that this New World Order play to make us all freak out about the weather is being pushed on us like a propaganda tool.
2019, and only 7 weeks away from summer, and here I am sitting in front of my keyboard, freezing my proverbials off in the coldest start to an October I can ever remember in my 60 plus years living in Melbourne.
Wow, so he's having some issues himself. We'll be playing this tonight, and he's got a new channel called PK Censored, and he's got up to 347 subscribers. I just subscribed, so hopefully I'll have 348 tomorrow. Thank you. And you got another video from Mike Decker. Talk about being sprayed. Mike Decker's out in the middle of Wyoming, and I drove through Wyoming a couple months ago, and I can assure you they are spraying massive amounts across our nation right now, daily.
October 8th continues. Air France 65 is doing nasty, like some carbon black or some cold fly. Probably carbon black since they're making a storm.
He does all these videos daily, and he actually mats this together and makes these compilation videos. It amazes me how many planes are dumping chemicals across the country, and thanks to people like Mike Decker and One Pacific Redwood and others, we've seen so much air pollution. Scissor Fight has a couple of amazing videos showing a tremendous amount of air pollution over Orange County, California as well. It's crazy. Just look at it. Yeah. Just look at it. So anybody who's contending that chemtrails are non-existent, you're really wasting all of our time, because we all know now that we're being lied to. That these elitists would rather just dump chemicals on our head as a genocide the population, like Ted Turner wanted.
We've got to stabilize the population.
Yeah, exactly. People like that are all over the elite world, and they think it's perfectly fine to just dump on our heads. They don't want to consult us. There's no peer-reviewed studies that this is working. They just want to get rid of us. Okay, let's take a look at the news. We're bringing in kind of a story on the Trump story. He basically is siding with Erdogan. And Turkey's Erdogan is finding a sympathetic ear in Trump. Former Trump envoy said Syria withdrawal is haphazard and almost unprecedented. I got to tell you, Trump has been following my advice on Syria all the while, and I've contended that our presence there is unwinnable. And we are wasting our resources trying to maintain some rebel force in Syria. And Trump followed my advice, and I got to hand it to him. I like his policy on Syria. I like what he's trying to do in Afghanistan. Trump, as long as you're following my advice, I'm liking you. What can I say? I urge him to make this process slower so it doesn't impact the Kurds as much, but we clearly have to lean toward withdrawal from the region. You've been banned for a while, really? Well, who's been banning you? And what have you been saying that caused you to be banned at iBlog? What was your big... I mean, let me just say, what was it about that you were being banned about? You don't even know? Well, tell you what, you can stay in the room, guest 247, until, you post something demoralizing. Then you get banned. Well, then hang out. You're only allowed... There's a 1 hour kick is what they give you. What Elon Musk said was true AI unleashes the devil. Yeah, let's give people warnings before bans. That's probably a good policy at iBlog. I'm getting a lot of complaints from people being banned at iBlog. So let's give them a little warning. You'll be muted, okay? At the very least. Yeah, a /mute, I believe, works. Although I don't know. And yeah, we have one super op that can do that. Anyway, we'll give you a shot. I'm sorry you feel you've been banned. Really? You went out to eat and had an inappropriate song playing about hooking up with random strangers nightly? Wow. The messaging is for everyone to get STDs and die. I wouldn't doubt that's one of the reasons why we're seeing transgenderism pushed in front of us. They don't want us to have sex and have children. Makes sense, right? That's one of the reasons why they want us all to get STDs and STIs and end up dying of AIDS. That gets rid of people, right? It's another reason why they feed us food that is toxic, carcinogenic. They want to get rid of people. Makes sense, right? Yeah. He's back. At Bernie Sanders, Donald Trump, Jeff Bezos, and Warren Buffett pay a lower tax rate than someone making $7.25 an hour. Let that sink in. In a Sanders administration, that ends. We will tax extreme wealth in a Sponheim administration. And we will make the rich pay for their fair share. I've always said that resonates with me, too. I believe that the rich need to pay their fair share. But Jeff Bezos, he wants Jeff Bezos to pay $9 billion. When his profit is $13 billion. That's ridiculous. I'm saying maybe 34% for rich people, but I'm still in favor of a flat tax. So I'm steering away from the progressive tax system that we have right now. It's slowing down growth. I don't want to tax anybody who makes less than $50,000. Zero taxes for people under $50,000. You think the porn industry is safer than picking any random person? You're probably right. I just don't understand why they can't make a spray that you can spray on somebody right before sex to determine if they have any STDs. You know? Wouldn't that be a great product? Yeah. So, excuse me, but you don't mind me spraying your body just to see if you have STDs, do you? And it has a lubricant in it, so you don't have to worry. I didn't see the tax chart you posted yesterday, no. But that's an interesting idea, you know, like some sort of they have a spray that will show blood stains, right? Forensics people do that. Surely there's some sort of a non-toxic chemical that would determine if somebody had STDs or remnants of STDs. Get on that. Work on that. I'm just making that up. I'm not. Here it is. This is the migration of the tax base in America as time went on. Oh. So this is the total tax rate, federal tax and local. Yeah. That's a pretty good little GIF. Yeah. Come here. Need some deductions. You know, back in the 60s, under Sarah's here, under John F. Kennedy, the tax rate for the rich was 90%. That's pretty funny. Employee tax refund, click here. I'll look at that later. Yeah, but they actually had a 90% tax on the rich. Now the rich pay, what, less than 5% on average? Yeah. Wow, I did not know that, Black Kitty. Who has been in Ohio? I didn't know there was a person by that name. Oh, so you're saying wipe down a person with rubbing alcohol? STDs can't survive that stuff? Wow, that's kind of a weird concept.
Is Ben in Ohio? Maybe that's who, what's his name is.
We don't have anything on Ben in Ohio.
No, the guy that was in our room the other night.
He's making money? He caught AIDS making porns, and now he reaps the rewards of government-funded housing and welfare. I didn't know Ben in Ohio is that person.
Maybe not.
You're talking about somebody in one of the chat rooms? Okay.
Yes, that's who they're talking about.
Walmart employees received $9 billion on federal aid last year. Walmart gets a lot of free healthcare benefits because they keep all their employees working part-time, and the state has to cover their healthcare. Okay, space shuttle. Oh, you keep posting movies from 1939. I just don't think that's really where our audience wants to go. You're the only person who's, 80 years old who comes in here and wants to watch those.
Wait, are you Ben in Ohio Space Shuttle?
Are you Ben in Ohio?
You said your name started with a B and you've been in here since Blog TV.
Yeah.
Maybe that's who you
are. I don't remember Ben in Ohio in Blog TV days, do you?
Yes.
You did? Okay. We had a list of all our Blog TV viewers. He's an old folks home. You want to get pitted? So pitted. I want to get out of here for a second, and I'll be back. Sarah's going to give me a quick break while I take care of something, and I'll be in shortly. Thank you. You look lovely tonight, Sarah.
Thanks. Thank you. Oh, he'll tell me who he is eventually, and I don't think he's been in Ohio, though. I think he's somebody else. I think he's in New York or Boston. That's where I think he's from. And I think he donated to us, and I think he regrets it. Oh goodness. I'm so sorry, Miss Anthropy. I know not me, but you're right. There are some people that get master's degrees and you're like, how Did you do that? What is your master's degree in? Because maybe that shouldn't be a degree at all. Anyway, I did read an article. How did you do that? My mommy and daddy gave me money. That's so true. And they gave me a tutor to write all my papers for me. I got a master's degree in underwater basket weaving. You should see my baskets. They're amazing. You're in the Southeast, but you're not a redneck. Are you transplanted to the Southeast? Just kidding. Or maybe not. No, you're not. You're born and raised. Born and raised in the Southeast. Not a redneck, just born here. Southeast Florida or Georgia, maybe, because if you go any further west, you definitely get redneck. Well, first they have to apply, and who's going to hire them if they really are idiots? Maybe they will, though, because of their degrees. Maybe. Oh, that's what I read this article yesterday. Well, I read a little bit of the article yesterday. It was like the best answer to what have you done, or best answer to who are you, or what's your greatest accomplishment, something like that. And it was like, well, I've climbed all the mountains, including I've climbed the tallest mountain on every continent, including Mount Everest. And then they asked, well, what did you think when you got to the top of Mount Everest? And it was like, how am I going to get down? And they said that they liked that because it showed, like, you know, a little bit of who they are, and that they have a sense of humor, and it's about standing out. And anyway, stand out, be yourself, be different. That's true. A lot of college kids can't find a job in their field. And then they become so specialized that they sound like, they might not sound intelligent generally, but specifically they probably are on this certain specific thing. I don't know. My sister has a bachelor's and doesn't have a job in her field. And she has a lot of debt. I do not have any debt, got a job in my field, and then got my master's in my field. There's this one master's they're offering in like environmental education, but I don't think I want to go back to school. Yeah, if you never had to pay rent, you're definitely lucky. Wait, are you talking about me? I pay a little rent, but not nearly as what other people pay. And I definitely am lucky. I'm doing okay, Original Sky Cyan. Yesterday, I woke up and it was really raining outside. Yes, exactly. I'm saving my money. And anyway, but I still went outside to the garden and picked some different things that they donated to they put in a basket for this organization that helped our schools grow the garden, and they anyway, we donated some things to their basket, including I put in some Swiss chard for my garden, Part of me wishes I kept some of that nice chard. But anyway, it was really good. Yep, I'm still young enough to do that, Odin. That's what my plan is. And then today, I went to a little breakfast for that. It was like a breakfast fundraiser for the group that they originally helped us get the funding to get our garden started. And they gave us some funding to restore our native plant garden, which was pretty cool. And so anyway, I went to a breakfast thing for that this morning. I did a little bit of, I didn't compost yesterday because it was just too rainy. But I did take the compost to the class today, and this morning I went out and weeded a little bit in the garden in the morning, and then after school it was like I was going to work in the garden, but it was raining again. So I did some work in my classroom, and then I did go work at 10 minutes. I set my timer. 10 minutes worked in the garden, did some more weeding. Man, you guys are in a big drought in Georgia, and they've extended burn bans. It does tend to rain quite a bit in Washington. Yeah, and I mean, like right after school, it looked like kind of like this, like cloudy but clear skies. And actually, my friend said she put on her sunglasses right after school because she helps the kids cross the street. And then, like, when she's walking back to the school after the kids cross the street, it's like this dark cloud, and then like 15 minutes later it's like raining really hard. So I did some work inside, and then it cleared up and it was like blue skies, and I went outside, and I've been wearing, so this is what I did start wearing this today. What do they call this? A ski, an earmuff ski hat thing. Anyway, I like it because that really, like, it's just this felt. Anyway, that's what I use because I don't like the wind blowing on my ears. And I used to wear a red one all the time, but I do wear that. It is kind of like a sweatband, but it's like thick, and it's like protects my ears from getting the wind. It's actually they wear it underneath, like you're supposed to wear on like the ski slopes underneath your hood. Anyway. So that's what I wear outside when I work in the garden. I went outside to work in the garden and wore that. And of course wore it as like around my neck the rest of the day. Yeah, okay, whatever. You think I look like a burglar with all my black on? Never would burglar anyone. What else did we do? I was very happy with the way the math went today, because I'm starting to trust putting kids in charge. So I like show the problem, and I'm like, okay, try to solve it by yourself for a minute, and then quietly, and then I'm like, I go around and kind of look at them while they're solving it. And then I called on a couple people to come up and show how they solved it, instead of me like writing on the board and just them telling me what to write. I called on them to come up to the board.
That's a good idea.
And yeah, anyway.
Get the kids integrated into the whole thing. That worked well.
Good
That's
night.
great.
Yeah, that I feel better about that. That's working well.
That's good.
And I also made a copy of, I don't like to make a lot of copies, but I did make a lot of copies today. One thing I'm making copies of now is their spelling words, so that they write them or sort them. They write them in a sort, and then they have that, they take that home. Before I was just having them do it on like reusable paper, but I think a actual copy is better.
Yeah, it gets them to think.
Yeah. Anyway.
The important thing is to keep them active and thinking.
Yeah.
Self-learning is the ultimate goal. Ditto machines, I think, are gone. They don't do ditto machines anymore.
We have a nice big copy machine.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Canon. We used to have a Konica copy machine, and my former colleague called her Monica the Konica, and so I call my new copy machine Shannon the Canon.
Right on.
I'm like, come on, Shannon, you could do it.
Yeah.
And then I had to put more paper in Shannon the Canon, and I made sure, like, when I opened up the paper packages, the top paper had like little glue on it from the package.
That would clog it.
And so I made sure not to give that paper to her.
Yeah.
I know it's a her because there's so many females around. She's surrounded by female teachers. There are a few male teachers in my school.
But I think the copy machine should be female. Hong Kong police, 77 arrested for violating the anti-mask law. So you're not allowed to wear an air mask in Hong Kong in the middle of a police raid with pollution everywhere. Nice. It's like they don't care about people. Sad, really. That's where the American government really is different. They have the pretense of caring.
They probably will arrest them. They probably will create a anti-facial, like,
I'm done with this.
Hidden law.
Yeah, we're gonna pull you out of the show if you keep this line of crap coming out of your mouth. Thank you. Yeah. Anyway, thanks for coming in, Sarah. We've got a guy in here complaining constantly about me and denying me my freedom of speech, acting like I'm not politically correct enough for him. Anyway, thank you very much. And I'm sure everyone is actually pretty happy to have a person give you, the information you're sharing is pretty impressive. People need to hear about how to, give kids the rein to learn, because children definitely have some learning difficulties now. We're saying 85% of the population will be autistic or ADHD or ADD, kind of like Greta with her Asperger's, a form of autism. 85% of the population by 2030, according to statistics we're reading now. That's just atrocious that our government has not looked at this as an environmental crisis. So many families now are dealing with this. Of course we have to look at vaccines as a possible cause of this. The fact that we're not even looking at vaccines as a primary is concerning me. I mean, obviously we need to keep the awareness level of the environmental factors affecting children today. I think a lot of struggle with autism is a daily thing in families, and I know because I've got personal experience myself with something similar, and I without getting into details, it's incredibly difficult for the support of the family with a child who's autistic. There's a whole series of emotional barriers that are being constructed in order to give a person every manageable chance they have to possibly grow and to be better. So every one of the families have to suffer a certain amount to give that person, that one child who's got disabilities, a chance to get better. No one's talking about that. The ancillary effect of all the family members to this terrible problem, a trend in America now. So everybody's going to need support. It's not easy, and many of you may not even want to do it. When you get to be 18, you'll just say, I'm out of here, Mom, Dad. I don't care about so-and-so. And that happens all the time. And then these people get put in homes. But there are families that are dealing with all of these pressures now. And it's not like people should ignore their concerns. Everyone should voice their opinion, even if it means it's critical of people with autism. Oh, well, yeah, they can't help the way they are. Many of you are autistic. Many of you don't know how much effort has gone into your life from your family. Maybe you don't appreciate it. Hey, the video's been having problems. Yeah, we've been slowly being censored at Vaughn. And if you have a problem, just go use pop-out chat on your username and open up our Periscope show. It's that simple. 441 here in Nigeria, Mr. David. Welcome. I don't rent rooms, no. I'm trying to figure out a way at which I can just do the show from a remote location in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, I'm thinking of doing that. Yeah, I'm looking at the 5G network and how it spreads out. It's 4:41 a.m. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought there was 441 people in Nigeria talking to me. No, I don't want to come to your hometown. So you didn't get a bad result. Periscope is running at 300 frames per second, so you could pick that up on a tablet. Or kbytes per second, I should say. Yeah, 300 kbytes per second, whereas 600 on Vaughn and 500 on iBlog. I don't know, if I could get near a 5G city, I could do a broadcast. Yeah, like, I'm thinking maybe out in the middle of a bunker in Idaho. I'd be fine with that. I think that's ridiculous, and anything remotely like that is considered disparaging and demoralizing to me, and I'm muting you for that reason. Well, of course I'm what I have to be. I'm merely exactly what you need. That's all I can offer. People getting mumps vaccines and having it spread. Yeah. Since October, 186 children and adults contracted mumps at migrant detention facilities, according to a state agency. And the current mumps outbreak following the vaccination is growing. So the vaccines are just attenuated viruses. Science is really ancient. It's like Louis Pasteur time. And it's more than obvious that the science hasn't kept up with reality. There's Bernie. There's something going on here. They say some guy came in and said, Red Lobster says Bernie's doing better now. He got 10 years younger with the stents installed. Yeah, in a way. I mean, he'll be more chipper. He'll still be 76 years old. Excuse me, 78 years old. And the basal cell carcinoma on his head needs to be addressed. Yeah, and if you think that everything is just hunky-dory with this guy, you got to wonder, is he all there? I mean, he wants to get rid of our cars. He wants to get rid of. I just don't know if. What is this guy saying again? For have him stop talking about me. I said I won't stand for it. I'm sorry. I won't say anything disparaging to you, Mr. Bernie. But yeah, he needs to address that carcinoma. Now, moving on. Glenn Beck is a no-show. I don't want to have Glenn Beck in the show because he's just so old looking. And U.S. bans travel by Chinese officials tied to Muslim abuses. This is kind of an interesting move, and I think if this is a Donald move, Donald, if you're listening, I want to say thank you for doing this. This is a big step in the right direction towards stopping human rights abuses in China. You're doing a great job, Donald. The Trump administration is slapping visa bans on Chinese officials linked to a mass detention of Muslims. The latest in an escalating series of U.S. steps to pressure Beijing over what Secretary of State Mike Pompeo has called the stain of the century. You know, I'm going to applaud Mike Pompeo on that one. I normally don't applaud that guy, but I really like what Trump is doing now. You know, we're starting to see a better Trump for a lot of people who are concerned about the plight of the poor people. If only he could help with the incessant homelessness in every city. You know, back in Haight-Ashbury age, you know, during the 60s, we had people like 200,000 people descended on San Francisco during that high point in 67. Why aren't they saying that now, you know? Yeah, there's like 200,000 really homeless hippies, man. They're hanging out, man. San Francisco's cool now, man. They had people crapping on the sidewalks in 1967. It was a nightmare down there. Ew, thank you. Okay, emulate it with the baby hands. Thanks, Eric. You saw the so-called député for Canada? I don't know what they're going to do, man. Canada's not my problem. I can certainly reach out to Justin Trudeau and talk about blackface, because I did one too. Justin, if you're listening, I would love to have a discussion about blackface. Call me anytime, but I only speak in English. I'm not French. I didn't see what Red Lobster said about me. An orange face, Dave? I don't do a very good. No, I don't do a very good Donald Trump. I'm more of a green face. Are you saying I look younger every day? Well, yeah, but it requires my fruit spray, which was very difficult to acquire. This amazing product. I put a little bit of CBD oil so you can see the liquid. Before it wasn't visible, but I added some CBD oil to it, and it's like a rush, man. It's like, whoa, man! I'm at the day spa down in Hot Springs, California. I live in a world that's filled with autistic people. I'm not here to make fun of them at all. I was merely showing you what I endure. I just gave you a glimpse of my world. Should I open up the blast furnace and show you all of my world? You won't want to see it. No, Zenatril, that's not true. I mean, you're making outrageous statements that would not be applicable to the show. Map shows, China rejects Trump's request to investigate Joe Biden, hoping to steer clear of the U.S. election. China, if you're listening, I want you to reconsider investigating Joe Biden. I won't make it. There won't be no quid pro quo. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to show you our former president, Jimmy Carter, at 95 years old. He's still building homes just one day after falling at his home and receiving 14 stitches above his eye. Isn't he amazing? What a work ethic.
I think that he hurt his hand too, has a little bruising on his hand. I think that he's doing fantastic. He's working on a cornice. Fantastic. He's doing the same job over and over again. It reminds me of Plains, Georgia, when Rosalind and I were out on the balcony, and I said to her, I lost after a Playboy magazine. I'm so sorry to tell her, but I lost it after it, and I won't do it again.
Well, Jimmy, we all know men are that way. Well, that is outstanding. Jimmy Carter, everybody. Let's give him a big round of applause. Yes. Well, you're talking about my penis. That was very inappropriate.
I'd love to come to Plains, Georgia and visit Jimmy Carter. I'd love to say I have a lot of respect for you. I've read many of your books, and I feel that you could benefit from my fruit enzyme spray. You might even go back to the Fountain of Youth. Plains, Georgia is not too far from the Fountain of Youth down in Florida, where I gather my fountain.
It's okay, man. You just keep talking about my body part and you're acting like I have one. How in the world could a CGI image possibly have a body part? How do you know I'm not AI? White House announced it will not comply with illegitimate and unconstitutional impeachment inquiry. Well, go, dude. You know, Donald Trump does not have to cooperate. It's true. They have to get all the dirt on him they can. They can't get Dan McGahn to admit that Donald Trump tried to fire Mueller. Dan McGahn said he openly to the Senate that Donald Trump was running around saying, "Yeah, you got to fire Mueller. We've got to fire him." That's obstruction of justice, but Donald won't let Dan McGahn testify. So I think this is consistent with Dan McGahn and Donald Trump and all the others. I think he should put a gag order on Omarosa. I think he already did. His attorneys, I believe, wrote Omarosa a letter saying she'd be violating a non-disclosure agreement if she actually wrote a book negatively about the president, claiming that he went around saying the N-word in front of her, which she said he did. Omarosa never wrote the book. Notice that? No word from Omarosa ever since then. The reality is a district court in D.C. actually, they went ahead and said that non-disclosure agreements are not admissible in the White House. So Omarosa has every right in the world to write anything she wants about Donald Trump. She needs to look into this. Because the district court said you can't, non-disclosure agreements don't apply to the White House employees because they're U.S. citizens. You can't tell a U.S. citizen that you don't have the free speech that you are granted to in the First Amendment. But yeah, you know, whatever they're going to do with Jimmy Carter in Georgia, I went out to Herbert Hoover's home this summer in Kansas. Yeah, it is absolutely beautiful, the Herbert Hoover exhibit, and our government spends a lot of money on the National Park Service out there. This guy got a bad rap because he was the president that was presiding over the Great Depression. He got a bad rap for that period. FDR blamed him for everything. Herbert Hoover was known for Hooverville. They called it Hooverville. Everybody, you know, all the homeless encampments were called Hoovervilles. And he was blamed for all the bad situations. It wasn't his fault. This is one of the best experiences we had over the summer, is just pulling them in and checking out his hometown. And yeah, I'm going to have to look this up. The National Historic Site and Birthplace. Whoops. So Sarah and I were at this building this summer. This is the Herbert Hoover Birthplace Cottage where he was born. And it is the coolest hangout ever. Let me just show you briefly what it is. Yeah, I'm going closer. I'm getting even closer. But this is his home when he was born, and we actually got a chance to walk into that house. But there's an entire museum there, and it's very impressive. And Kansas would be less of Kansas without that location. So we're going to keep that going with Jimmy Carter's house. We'll scale down the cost of the operation, though. I plan on bringing in the new CCC, the Civilian Conservation Corps. I'm going to be building to get people back to work, and we'll bring the new CCC in, and we'll make them like little villages for them to stay. That place right there in Kansas has about 4 or 5 residents available right now. I talked to one of the park rangers there, and he said, yeah, 4 or 5 of the houses are empty. Can you imagine how cool it would be for young people to go out there and work for a $15 an hour wage, and then stay in the house that Herbert Hoover or his family or friends in that area? I think that would be so wonderful. And young people need a direction to go in. Why not the Civilian Conservation Corps, the new one? And that's what I plan on helping build. That would be true with Jimmy Carter's home and everyone. Eventually, you'd have a bunch of speed freaks sitting around going, hey, man, you got any stuff, man? Hey, man, you know? No, or we would get real qualified people if we drug tested everybody, you know? So we'll have to drug test everybody in the CCC. I think that's a requirement. You'll be allowed to smoke pot, just no speed, no meth, no cocaine, no crack like Barack Obama does. Well, let's be clear. I can't go to your, yeah. I'm sorry, I can't see your team play in Washington. Yeah. You know, we had Awesome Carl come in the show. Hey, it's me, Awesome Carl. Remember him? And you know, he's got 35 awards, literally. He's gold medal and silver medalist in 35 Special Olympics. And he came in and he showed us how serious their effort is. And believe me, we support that. I'm not denigrating people of any autistic background. Some of you are artistic as well. You're very artistic. Will you invite? No, I can't invite anybody to the grand opening because I can't go there. My hologram could go there, but I would be, ultimately in danger. So I'll send my hologram to the event if you want. I just don't like the Peppy emote. I'm sorry. I think you should make a GIF of Jimmy Carter making something with his face all banged up. I don't know. You know, I'm a little bit worried that somebody beat him up, you know. Like maybe the Illuminati got to him and they said, hey, we understand you're trying to buck our policy and, what we're doing with Mr. Trump, but I'm not liking that, you know? And then swung at him and just bashes. You think he got hit? Seriously, it doesn't look like a fall to me. That looks like serious abuse. We should look into the possibility he's been elder abused. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, just that looks like elder abuse to me. Well, I know that, and I think it's great that you don't have IQ requirements. I don't think there are IQ tests that are valid for anybody. I believe my IQ has been way underestimated. I'm communicating on a metacognitive level and possibly in some metaphysical sense reaching to you through brainwave connections that can't even be measured with a cognitive reasoning exam or any type of Stanford-Binet testing tool. How do you know I'm not using mind transfer right now, communicating with all of you? You know, is there a test for mind transfers or psychokinesis? I think we're really missing out on all kinds of potential growth areas for intelligences. Autistic people tend to be savants. And many of you are communicating and learning things in ways that are completely different than where the human species has been developing. I am not CGI. I am human. I am spelling my name, human. It's spelled differently, H-O-O-M-I-N. I am a new breed of cybernetic organism. I'm kidding, it's a joke. I've got this constant joke going on where people think I'm CGI. Now let's not forget, Lindsey Graham is feeding at the trough of Russian oligarch money. Always keep that in the back of your mind when you support the Republicans. Or I should say the retardicans. Or the Democrats. Whether you're a Democrat or a retardican, always bear in mind Lindsey Graham received campaign donations from a firm tied to Russian oligarchs. And Mitch McConnell did too. And there are others too that have been getting money from the big oligarchs. Tonight we established that Hillary Clinton had ties with the mob. Here's Bill, one of the Gambino family members. This is Hillary Clinton back many years ago, meeting Giovanni Gambino. Don't forget that Donald Trump is also very connected to the Gambino family. That would raise the question, why are the Gambinos Yeah, I don't meet people in public. Sorry, man. You'll be categorized as a stalker very shortly. Thank you. Yeah, I can't. I've got over 1,000 death threats against me. I can't go anywhere. But we can check out stuff every night on TV. We're going to be talking about a tiny house, actually a yurt. An amazing modern yurt is a design marvel, and this is one of the best shows on YouTube. Living big in a tiny house.
Favorite forms of traditional housing is the yurt.
Now, I built a yurt. Sarah and I actually helped a person build a yurt, and we actually had to rebuild the yurt right after we built the yurt because a high wind came like a week later. High wind. We have a death threat from, I'm reporting you. My God, did you see that? Wow. Whew. I can't believe the kind of scumbags that are coming in this show. It's good I'm on it. Unbelievable. We would never, ever want people like that in our show. The Secure Team on YouTube hasn't had a video in a month. Is Secure Team a really good source of... I've seen a few of their videos, but are they pretty outrageous? I know. People... You know what people who do that actually are unaware that the government has purchased most of the VPNs. And you people that think you're using the Tor server... The truth is, the Tor server was developed by the FBI and the Navy. It was a project. You're not private. If you're doing like secret transactions on the Tor server, you're being watched. So you people who have VPNs thinking they're not being traced, most of the VPNs are owned by the government. Earth to reality. Okay, well, Mark Dice might be on vacation. A lot of those shills for the New World Order, like Alex Jones and Joe Rogan and Mark Dice, they're getting paid a lot of money to pitch basic conspiracy propaganda. They'll mix conspiracy theory in with what they want you to think, the controlled talking point. And that's how Alex Jones runs his show. What happened to Awesome Carl? I don't know. He didn't get banned. No, he's got his own acting career going on. He went to the Philippines. I believe he's getting involved with a woman. He's a wrestler. He's had some abuse done. Basically, he's been abused a few times by a few people, but he's a modern wrestler. He's got an acting career going. I mean, what can I say? How to set a VPN server and connect through it. Oh yeah, here's a good YouTube video we'll play for everybody tonight. Mm-hmm. 22 minutes on how to connect to a VPN server. It's not that hard. It's very simple, and people think it's a big challenge. It's not, and it gives you total anonymity. I've been doing the show since we returned from back east. I've been doing this show throughout the whole trip back east and here on a VPN. All my browsers are flowing through a VPN, and my entire show is being broadcast through a VPN. Yeah, he's an Awesome Carl's an adult film star and wrestler. I didn't think he was an adult film star, but that's news to me. But the reality is, it's pretty safe way to broadcast. We were being DDoSed all the time last year, so we've prevented that from happening. They can't get our IP, and that's changed since last year, so we're in good shape. And I use the VPN solely just to broadcast. Okay, coming up, we've got a Halloween special. I'm not sure what I'll be going as, Nancy Pelosi, or I'm not really sure what I'll be. I think I'm going to be in a male figure. Maybe I'll be Adam Schiff. I don't know. Behold the Franken pumpkin, a pre-made jack-o'-lantern. This is when GMO is really ideal. These people actually grow these jack-o'-lanterns in a mold, and the thing grows inside the mold perfectly. Isn't that amazing? You want a Raspberry Pi? They're like, what, $15 on eBay? You better buy one, yeah. They're going to get cheaper. RuPaul? No, that's a transgender theme. I'm not going to do a transgender theme on... No. I was going to go... I could try to perfect my Trump again and get my Trump wig out and see if I can make it happen, but it was such a failure the first time, it wasn't fun. I was a robot. We have a great robot mask that Scissor Fight worked on, and it's actually a cyberpunk mask we've done the past 2 years, but I don't know if that's going to happen. You know, I'm not looking at myself when I talk about autistic problems. I'm looking at all of the problems around the country when I'm contributing to it. And in order to solve the problems people are facing, I'm appealing directly to the people who are the support system for the autistic person. You're obviously a bystander or maybe an autistic person yourself. No, I will not go as blackface. But what it seems to me is you don't even understand that the support community around the autistic people are getting nourishment from my conversation. That I'm actually appealing to those people who give the autist most of the support that they're getting. And I feel emotionally connected to those people. I feel it's a tough road they're hoeing, and it's a lifetime of nonstop effort to maintain a positive environment for autistic kids to grow and get better. It's a very difficult process, and anyone belittling that doesn't deserve the time of day in my show. I'm not an advocate on TV who do very little things for their communities. I'm a person who does a show every night, day in, day out, for free. I don't make a cent. Anything I do is not paid for. I've been donating my time to humanity for the past 11 years straight. So I don't think you really have a place here. I'm going to give you another mute and drop your high horse and get down and start being nice in the room. Instead of being, oh, poor me, autistic person, feeling so bad. It reminded me a little bit about Elizabeth Warren, who feels that she's a Cherokee Indian. Yeah, maybe I should go as Elizabeth Warren, the Cherokee Indian. She now said she was pregnant and was fired because of her pregnancy, wanting to be another victim. No, that didn't work out. Wow. A talk show about bullying, politics, law, news, all as well as just doing fun stuff. There's Awesome Carl, yeah. He still has his bio at the IMDb bio. Here's his demo reel. Okay, let's see what you got, Carl. He's an actor.
Mr. Smith, your uncle has suffered a minor cardio fraction. You were unable to save him. He is unfortunately his. I'm sorry.
So is this like he's working on his acting technique? That's great. He's clearly making some progress. It's horrible how California is giving drug addicts needles instead of actually trying to help them. Yeah, California is set up to give people plenty of help with their drug addiction. They've got multiple radio frequency beams all around California that will minimize your aberrant behavior. There's a low-level radio frequency that's being transmitted through all the people in California to make them more passive and accepting. So I think we've got that under control. Using radio beam technology, most of you are pacified by now, I would think. $800 million robot taxi that could beat Uber, that's a possibility.
We all make poor life choices.
Yeah, okay. I'll play that tonight, too. Yes, absolutely. We aim to please. Well, Truth Tuesday usually addresses 9/11, but right now we've got a nightmare going on with Donald Trump and Russia. So the truth behind this is really, was there quid pro quo? If there was quid pro quo, Donald Trump will be impeached, at least in the House. Quid pro quo meaning Donald Trump held that $400 million in abeyance, wouldn't give it to Ukraine unless they found dirt on Biden. If that really happened, then Donald Trump is definitely going to be facing a problem. Yeah, but if it didn't happen, then it's not going to be a big issue. He'll continue on as our president until the end of his term. So I was going to pull up a picture of my alma mater here, the early days of David. Remember this picture? Yeah, there I was, 11 years after the first picture. Yeah, that's me now. 11 years later. Here I was during the Barack Obama's video. That's still available on my website, youtube.com/David John Sponheim. It's really funny too. You know, I took Obama's crack smoking to another level, I thought. But that's down there along with 85 recipes on how to save money in your kitchen. And coming up this Thursday, I'll be making a chicken wrap that anybody can make very easily. Meow. The secret is communicating with cats. They know the secret to long life. Expressing yourself. You use your words, Amber.
China.
Northwest Wisconsin, where I'm from.
It's China to me. China. China. You want to buy from China? That's great. Buy from China. Buy toys from China. China in particular. China. I have people that I know in China. China.
I have a picture of that is not appropriate. You will be losing your account if you continue posting that crap. That's not even a correct, adequate picture of me. Yeah, that was morphed into something from another era. That's not an actual photograph of me. Do you want a better, closer representative of me? Go to this picture right here. Now, no, I'm not Brienne of Tarth, but you can see the similarity in my features. To say that I'm some sort of an animal like a gorilla is ridiculous. You find yourself so beautiful that you would say these things about me? How dare you? I will swipe you down. I will rip you apart with my sword, sir. I really like Brienne. I think I could connect with her. And we see eye to eye, because we're both 6'4". You want a level playing field? You can't have a level playing field. You can't handle the truth. Here's Snoop Doggy Dogg doing an impression of me. Now, I never said anything about him doing whiteface. Say, yo, Snoop, what's going on, man? Y'all think you can do just the thing that I'm doing? I'm just doing what Snoop does, man. Yeah, you can't tell there's a difference between me or Snoop. Could I smoke a doobie with you, man? Sorry. Yeah, I think it's perfectly fine for black people to do white people. I mean, not do them as in... Well, maybe it is okay for black and white people to do each other, you know? Interracial love. Here we are, Sarah and I were in a Starbucks in about a year and a half ago in and around Disneyland. And we said, thank you. We said that we were doing this show, amazingly, from the Starbucks, and we said we were at a Starbucks near Disneyland. So somebody called every Starbucks near Disneyland and got the manager of that Starbucks on the phone saying, is there a David here? And I said, yeah. He said, well, your wife is having a baby. And they wanted to tell you that the baby's not doing too well. Some ridiculous thing. I said, sir, you're being trolled. Yeah, that was the experience. Right after this was taken, we were being trolled right there. They called every Starbucks within a 5-mile range of Disneyland. I'm telling you, what we haven't put ourselves through just to get to this place in time and space. Yeah, they became obsessed. It's ridiculous. Men and Nemesis drew some really cool pictures of us. This is... I don't think it's about anything right now. You're going to take another 5-minute break. You still are angling the same point. Why don't you just accept the fact that you're autistic and deal with it, okay? You're still rebelling the fact that you're autistic. Okay, this is the cutest little thing I've ever seen. And that, thank Men and Nemesis for that. That's so cute. Isn't that cute? Yeah, he's an artistic guy, I thought. I'm trying to get to Johnny Cab. There we go. Okay, so the story about Uber is about Johnny Cab, really. And I thought Johnny Cab was the best match for me tonight. I think it's time to talk about transportation and how best we can get around. Hi, can I help you? Can I take you to your destination? That's freaky. That even freaked me out. I know, wasn't that a great scene, you know? I know. I had fun doing that. You know, this is true. It's true. I have to enjoy the show if I want to do this. Steve Martin is not funny, and he's aging dramatically. I'm avoiding the aging problem. It's been difficult, but yeah, Steve Martin blew it with aging. Well, when he decided to go white hair, that's when things got funky and weird for him. Now he might as well just, you know, check into a clinic. You know, it's just, come on, man. Get some hair plugs. You got to do better, yeah, Steve, you got to do better. I'll never forget seeing Steve Martin come to UCLA and do an entire performance. I think it was some sort of a like charity event. And this woman I was sitting with, she was like my heartthrob, right? And she's saying, Dave, you ought to go with us, check this guy out. So we checked out this guy named Steve Martin. No one knew who he was at the time. And he did this shtick where, excuse me. And it was just so hokey and just hamish, and it was horrible. And she was laughing, and I was like, God, you were laughing at this guy? He is so unfunny. How can anyone find that? So that's when I realized my heartthrob was kind of a dimwit. Anybody who'd find Steve Martin funny is an idiot. Yeah, thank you. He had a few good skits, you know, his thing, you know, where he was a white guy raised in a black family. That was cute. You know, that was funny. But Caddyshack, but that wasn't his humor. That was, you know, he wasn't even in Caddyshack. That was Rodney Dangerfield. Yeah, and The Jerk, exactly. That was his best film, in my opinion. Jonathan Winters was one of the funniest comedians of all time. I really enjoyed watching him when I was a kid. We've got more leaked footage from Mark Zuckerberg to fill the hour till the top of the hour. So let's get into that. I normally play this just because it's filler, but it's also Mark Zuckerberg's wired tapes of him talking. So let's see if we can get this going for you. There we go. Okay, how big tech can solve issues? Let's take a look at this one.
It's just that breaking up these companies, whether it's Facebook or Google or Amazon, is not actually going to solve the issues. And, you know, it doesn't make election interference less likely it makes it more likely, because now the companies can't coordinate and work together.
I disagree. I mean, if you break up the monopolies we know as Google and Facebook, it's less likely Russians will even have a chance to manipulate the media. We've aggregated the media in the hands of just a couple people, and that makes it very susceptible to being manipulated by Russian interference. So I would completely disagree with them. And why Twitter can't? Let's take a look.
That's why Twitter can't do as good of a job as we can. I mean, they face qualitatively the same types of issues, but they're, they can't put in the investment. Our investment on safety is bigger than the whole revenue of their company. They literally cannot do it.
Again, bragging about the massive size of his monopoly. How does that give him any validity whatsoever? Yeah, he's not exactly a wonderful guy. Zuckerberg sounds earnest and genial through the question and answering sessions. He jokes repeatedly about how he would have been fired several times over the years if he had not negotiated for total control over the company, drawing laughter from his employees. He also explains why he has repeatedly refused to testify in front of governments around the world, and he talks about the awkward rollout of Libra, the Facebook-developed cryptocurrency.
Not going to go to every single hearing around the world. A lot of different people want to do that. I mean, when the issues came up last year in Cambridge Analytica, I did hearings in the US, I did hearings in the EU. It just doesn't really make sense for me to go to hearings in every single country that wants to have me show up.
Okay. On Libra's rocky rollout, this cryptocurrency, this out-of-the-box idea, which was, 2 years after Bitcoin hit the market? Senators are proposing mandatory labeling. All right. This just came in from Misanthropy. Senators proposed mandatory labels for products with mics, cameras. The bill aims to protect consumers from unpleasant surprises. So it makes us feel better when they know that they're being watched. Mark Zuckerberg wants it both ways. I don't know. He wants everyone to go to Facebook and claim that this is a public area and we all presume we have no privacy. Yet he wants to censor people like a private organization, like a store says you're not allowed to come in here without a shirt or shoes. Right. So it's just not appropriate for him to use both defenses at the same time. So some good judge is going to lay him out and fillet him for the legal process to look at all the problems that he's created. We're going to be using antitrust legislation against Facebook and his massive structure, which he helped with the hands of the Rothschild family. The goal was to create a tracking unit, a social networking tracking unit for the mountain of information that they were gathering. Ergo Zuckerberg. I argue that Mark Zuckerberg is an imposter. He's actually David Rockefeller's son. That's my position. That's how he got so much money so fast. And when he made the $14 billion or $19 billion bid for WhatsApps, it was crazy. Nobody could even see a number like that. Why would he bid $19 billion when his nearest bidding agent was $10 billion? And that was Google. Makes no sense. Only a rich, spoiled child would make that decision and throw away $9 billion on a couple pages of code, which 5 competitors had already developed similar apps. It makes no sense. I've been tracking Mark Zuckerberg's behavior over the past 15 years, and I can tell you he's an idiot. An abashed idiot. Adobe cancels all user accounts in Venezuela to comply with a Trump order. Really? They're deactivating all their user accounts in Venezuela. Apparently they're not doing business over there. Okay, well, good. I'm glad they're doing that. I don't really have a soft spot for Venezuela as a country. I would like to get the people food. I'm not catering to the Maduro government, but I think the people need food. Any which way we can negotiate that. So food labels are required to disclose potential presence of allergens. The bill, dubbed the Protecting Privacy in Our Homes Act, would mandate a new kind of labeling on goods that include internet-connected microphones or cameras. Well, that's nice. I hope they can enforce it. Everyone knows we're being watched. I mean, that's almost a guarantee. Big deal. You're being watched. That's more of a legal parameter that you have to meet whenever you're videotaping somebody and use it in court. So yeah, I guess we need to be informed. We're monitoring everything you're doing. When you get removed from the show and you actually think you can say that crap, and it makes me laugh, so I kick you. When you actually have the audacity to make such claims, I kick you. I'm done with you. Yeah, we're going to remove you from the show, and you have to understand, this is not something I'm doing lightly. You've been warned time and time again, and you won't be able to come back again. You're ostensibly stalking us in the name of autistic people, who I have a great deal of respect for, and claiming that I have no concern for autistic children when I myself have had to deal personally with those problems in my own personal life beyond your wildest comprehension. So I will have to remove you from the show. You're never invited back. Yeah, I can't believe you're carrying on like that. You don't even know what it's like to be in the trenches with people who are severely disabled. You have no idea. Acting like you've got a basketball team? Come on, give me a break. Try wiping somebody's ass for their entire lifetime. It's unbelievable. There's a kid over in my neighborhood who is virtually a vegetable, but his parents are so wonderful to have taken that child and carried them through their life without sending them to a facility. And I think that's awesome. And so many people are giving their effort to keep their child happy and contented as they develop life skills. And I know too well how that is. But there's a downside to this entire process that is not easy to deal with. You can virtually be tied to that child. I know of a woman who literally spearheaded the entire autistic solution-based home healthcare solution-based movement. I'm not going to name names, but she was a friend of my family's when we were a kid, and she has written numerous books on autistic kids, and she opened up the opportunity for families to care for their autistic kids on a daily basis. And it was her trend setting that did it. But personally, on a personal note, she still lives in absolute hell. Or every day she wonders, is their son going to have an episode where he literally gets called, the police gets called? And it's like a nightmare. No matter how hard you work to maintain a controlled environment for them to be successful, you inevitably are always worrying about your child. Now, I knew an art teacher, or actually an artist in Newport Beach, who had a child who was a beautiful little girl at 7 years old in 1967, and 1970, it was like 1971, she was a 7-year-old little girl, and she was in Hollywood, and she was at a park with her dad, and she just wandered over to a bunch of kids who were sitting around in a circle, and he turned his eyes away for about a minute. And those kids gave that little girl 3 hits of acid. The child went into convulsions, a major acid trip, never recovered. And he spent the rest of his life worrying about his child. And he literally, all his artwork went into creating a trust fund for her. I'm sure he's probably dead by now. But he literally, when he dies, she will go to a home, because she can barely understand what's going on around her due to a chemical abuse. Now, the biggest problem with autistic families is they're dealing with why. Why did they run into this child who is completely different than their other kids? And we need a special counsel to develop some sort of an answer as to why. And if it relates to vaccines, let's not stop there. Let's look into all the potential conflicting contraindications with vaccines and the human body. And there's more than enough evidence to suggest that vaccines, when delivered rapidly into the body of a child, could very well trigger neurological disorders. More than enough evidence. So why is our government sitting on its hands right now when we should be policing the CDC and going in there and virtually removing them from office? and which I will do. We want an objective stance on vaccines. We don't want pharmaceutical representatives operating on a daily basis in front of every family in America and saying, we don't have any solutions for you. Sorry, dude, you don't get a call back. You've had 5 warnings to come get the hell out of my show, and you're not getting my call. That's the person I'm going to permaban. Denigrating me about autism of all things. He messed with the wrong guy. This is the original Sky Sign. Yeah, you can't come into the show anymore. There's something wrong with you. You're mentally ill. Yeah, disabling images helps. But you know that 4 browsers now do that automatically, right? Yeah, I don't think it's appropriate to tell me not people to see me on the show. I don't understand why you're telling people not to see the show by disabling images. What's wrong with you? Unbelievable. Well, I'm glad they're going to tell us they're monitoring us. And if they are monitoring us in our TV sets, we damn well want to know. Hey, by the way, this is a Tesla testing center out in Texas, in case you're wondering what this is. They're testing Tesla technology. And if you're wondering how and why would they do that, it's because they can and they will. They can and they will. That's why. If they can do it, they'll do it. If it's possible, they'll execute the order. Yeah, we don't take crank calls from people right now. You think you understand more and have been around more with autism than a guy who spends every night? And you don't know anything about autism. I can tell you from personal experience that I probably know more about neurological disorders than any human being on this earth right now, on an end user level. Yeah. And the problem with many of you people who are autistic, you don't want to blame it on anything. You just want to deal with life. Well, I think you should blame it on somebody, especially if you got unnecessary vaccines that cause your autism. The government has a trust fund, the CDC set up with it's $42 million go into it every year. 42 to $60 million go into it every year. And they've amassed billions of dollars that they can fight anybody that says that vaccines cause their child's autism. That's why not one single case usually gets to court except at a state level. The federal government is actually bankrolling a team of lawyers that will sue any family that goes ahead and tries to sue the CDC for allowing vaccines to be forced into their child. 74 vaccines at one time. What you're talking about is asking people to disable images on the show so that you won't see my face. That's what I read. I don't think anyone needs to disable images on their webpage. There are 4 browsers that do it automatically. Firefox and Chrome actually have new technology that actually minimize the cache load on any image, especially if it's not in the open browser. They reduce it to just a number. So we have odds that Hillary Clinton will be back in the race. The odds brokers are actually saying she's going to be the Democratic nominee, like I predicted. And she's growing in popularity. The jump in popularity comes as Joe Biden faces uncomfortable questions over whether he abused his position as VP to engage in profiteering with his son Hunter in Ukraine. And meanwhile, Elizabeth Warren was caught in yet another lie about her past. after video and documentary evidence disproved her claim that she was fired from a teaching job for being visibly pregnant when she left voluntarily. And on Monday, a Rasmussen poll said Hillary neck and neck with President Trump in a hypothetical rematch, despite a majority, 71%, responding that she shouldn't run. Now, Hillary is probably not, the original Hillary is probably not going to run, but the clone is very capable. Yeah, I think one of the biggest problems with dealing with autistic children is you have to set limits. So I just did that with this guy. I set limits. It's tough love, but you have to understand you can't come in and harp on the same subject hour after hour trying to demoralize me when I myself have been the very agent of support in my life for every single person of disability that I've ever met. How can Eric Trump be your hero? Yeah, because he stays out of the news? Is that why? Let's take a look at Eric Trump and his recent Fox encounter. That might be worth watching. Well, let's be clear. Going to Fox News, live. Not so live.
Joining me now on set on the story here in New York, Eric Trump, Executive Vice President of the Trump Organization. Eric, good to have you here. Thanks for coming in tonight. So, let's go through these one by one. What's your reaction to the news that John Durham has asked to expand his investigation? He needs more agents. He has a longer time frame than they originally thought when they started this whole thing.
Well, I'm reading it just like you are, but that's never a good sign for them, right? I mean, you only need more agents if one thing happened. And I've never seen dirtiness like this in my life. I've never seen corruption. They've been trying to impeach my father since before he even took office, after he won the election. I mean, you had 70 people before the Russia investigation even started, 70 members of Congress who were coming out and saying, we must impeach Donald Trump, right? Then they went through the whole Russia investigation. That fell on its face. And then they tried to do the same with Brett Kavanaugh, and that fell on its face. And
Hi, everyone.
Oh, I'm back to no sound. Yeah, sorry about that. Well, my concern right now is that Greta Thunberg is not doing as well as this woman, Kafka. She's actually really exposing the EMF dangers out there, and I think that's great. That's basically what I said. Yeah, we even put a link on chemtrailparty.com talking about, videos. If you want to watch it, check her out. No, we don't take calls from people that can't use their voice. Yeah, you're asked to say a word. In order to say the word, you have to actually say who you are. Purging is just a way of keeping the room clean. Hey, I could have muted you for 5 minutes, but it's kind of you not to do that. You were asking people to disable images on their browser. You don't see how damaging that is to a show like this? Hello? Earth to Space Shuttle. And I don't approve of Dale Carnegie's school of thought. I never did. Well, I stand corrected. I read you suggested people should disable images in their browser. That's what I read, sir. Uh-oh. Spaghetti-o. So, hey, plan on Hillary's clone and Donald Trump taking it on again because our political system is so basically dead in the water that these two people, that's all we got. This is a sum total of how corrupt and how completely censored our society has become, that we still have the same choice as we had in 2016. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that that's going to be the Cummings problem. Well, I'm sorry if I read it wrong. Ground control to Major Tom. Well, that is correct. Well, are you so butthurt that I purged you? That you can't get over that? It's not like I'm giving you an F in college or something. This is not an accredited university. University of Chat 101. This is not some effort I'm trying to do to make you feel bad. Sorry, I missed the mark on that. Yeah. Well, we don't care if you don't like everything about my show. You can say bye-bye to the show. Just don't come back. And if you're an autistic person who is suffering from severe anger, you need to seek psychiatric help. I would urge you to contact somebody in a mental hospital near you to get some serious intervention, because it sounds to me like you're sounding more and more like Greta Thunberg, who didn't really hit it off with the rest of the world.
How dare you continue to look away and come here saying that you're doing enough when the politics and solutions needed are still nowhere in sight. How dare you? You say you hear us and that.
Okay, so I'm purposely muting myself. It's a trend I've been using to minimize the conflict I'm having with the room. So this way you don't have to actually hear my words that I'm having regarding this problem I've been having with a stalker. So if you're wondering why I'm doing strictly lip reading for you, it's designed to give me the expression I need so I don't feel, that bent out of shape about some stalker. But it helps to communicate, even if it is to a muted mic. It helps me, so thank you. Trump was only $2 million in '71, which was worth about $9 million now. That inherited all his from slumlord government project departments. I know, Red Lobster. Some guy analyzed Trump's growth of funding, and it came from his dad. $430 million, not $1 million like Trump wants people to believe. Yeah, I know you can claim he's an amazing man all you want, but seriously? Amazing that he took all this money from slumlord operations his dad was having. The only reason why his brother and sister haven't, spoken up is because they're down the food chain. They want to make some of that money too. And how can you turn down a president in the family? I mean, the guy's making money hand over fist with huge conflict of interest laws being breached. Oh, we can't see his taxes though. Good point, Slow Modes. Yeah, Trump can't express his honesty with his taxes because he's afraid to show them to us, even though he said, "Oh, I'll gladly show you my tax returns, no problem." He's got a real problem with showing his tax returns. So we know we caught him in the biggest lie of all. From there on, it's Mount Everest heading downward. You're at the top of the mountain of lies. Oh, I'll gladly show you all my tax returns, no problem. Now we got to look around and say, well, how many people or collateral damage is he throwing under the bus? Right now, I think he's thrown Rick Perry under the bus on the Ukraine deal. And Rick Perry strictly talked about gas projects, did not talk about Joe Biden. He's openly said that. So Donald Trump couldn't throw Rick Perry under the bus, claiming he got to the story first. He threw Giuliani under the bus because Giuliani is his best friend. He doesn't mind, taking the heat. And I must say, Giuliani's a tough competitor in this whole field. If it was a chance between an argument between Giuliani and Adam Schiff, Giuliani would win. Adam Schiff doesn't know how to argue. He sits there with his eyes like a deer in the headlights. He looks guilty as hell. If Adam Schiff won a contest on do you look guilty, well, you'd have to ask yourself, is this the look of an honest man? He gets money from George Soros to get reelected because George Soros is one of his relatives. Yeah. So don't put your hope and faith that Adam Schiff has the ability to do anything with Giuliani and Trump. They can dance around this guy. They make mincemeat out of the people like him on a daily basis. They're powerful that way. There's the power of the verbal combat that Giuliani and Donald Trump do so well. And I'm telling you, it's a Brooklyn style of communicating. Only he would understand what I'm talking about, too. Most people don't even understand it. It's not what they're saying. It's not the content of what they're saying that matters. It's the fact that they keep fogging the truth with falsehoods, denying any lies. How do you beat that? Oh, it's all a Russian hoax. It's all fake news. How do you beat that? And that's all the Republicans have to have in their head is it's all a Russian hoax. It's all fake news. It's a very simple combination, and it works because people don't want to think. They just want to simply look at it going, oh, it's all fake news. It's all a Russian hoax. It's a lot easier than actually looking at the details of Russian oligarchs funding Donald Trump's campaign. And the fact that Mueller ignored the Paul Manafort second trial, which to me would be a legal mistake, and he should be prosecuted for that. Shifty Schiff is my leader? No, I'm just the guy leading the whole story about impeachment. I believe impeachment has to go on forward. We can't stop with impeachment. It's the only way to get honesty out of Trump. We're seeing a man who's scrambling to cover his ass and do damage control incessantly ever since he started feeding off the Russian government tit. We know from Mueller that we indeed have a situation where Donald Trump was blackmailed by the Russian government over a sex tape, a dossier, which you people deny, but Christopher Steele says is 90% accurate. There is so much evidence, preponderance of evidence, showing that Donald Trump has been manipulated by Russia since he started his ridiculous cabinet, which is more like musical chairs where people get fired all the time because they simply question his authority. And you Trump supporters sit there and go, oh, it's all a Russian hoax, it's all fake news. You can't even look at the truth because it's too complicated for you to understand it. That's the reality. Yeah, Manafort's second trial couldn't be dealt with until Stone's trial in November, but the info is not known. We don't know all the things in the redacted report yet. No. And why did they put the Stone trial till November? And why did the Manafort trial have to stop? It really doesn't make any sense. I believe that Roger Stone being accused is the brake pad that Mueller put together to throw a stumbling block in this whole process. Thanks. Hey, so if I pissed you off and you're autistic, I'm sorry, but go watch another show. You don't understand where we're coming from here. I'm more than willing to listen to autistic people speak and talk and chat.
You understand the urgency. How dare you?
But it's kind of a mess to, blame the world for something that we're all collectively guilty of. This woman boated out in a $3 million yacht that was made with pure fiberglass, which is an incredibly toxic substance, and had a staff of 6 people fly separately on planes that wasting greenhouse gas to get there to be her support crew. And this woman is especially the poster child of hypocrisy, especially the libtard hypocrisy that pushes global climate change issues. You people who are worried about climate change really need to address the real issues, which she wouldn't even talk about, which would be the chemicals being dumped on our heads on a daily basis. I mean, how imbecilic for us to think that this isn't happening. Anyway, I'd like to bring it back to where my goal is to help the world get more fresh water. That's really what I would like to see. Yeah, fiberglass is the most toxic substance you can even work with. There's nothing more toxic than fiberglass. You're right. I never heard about autism either. There's some people that believe that the label autism is now being applied to every single malady that was an emotional issue back 10, 20 years ago. And they believe that it's a labeling issue. That's why the number has increased dramatically. I believe it's more likely an environmental factor leading to in neurological disorders in children. And there's no reason for me to believe otherwise. I've seen massive amounts of research on pesticides and herbicides and the long-term effects on the neurological system of the organisms involved. And it's a direct effect. And it has an ancillary effect. That's a teratogenic effect on their children's children. So don't kid yourself. We are all undergoing environmental stress factors which are beyond your comprehension or mine. And it's certainly, there's no science behind an analysis on that, because they don't want anyone to know that they're poisoning us in our diet, when we eat, in our food, genetically modified food that we're forced to eat, in the corn syrup they're sticking in all the food products and all the sodas. It's a horrible situation where they're putting genetically modified corn syrup, which is known to sterilize the population, in standard soda drinks. And if you don't want that, you get a diet, you get aspartame, which is rat poison. The truth is, our society, our leadership, our government, our fake two-party system is poisoning us daily. And they want to tax us too for poisoning us. And then they're polluting the entire world to create this climate change rapidly, instead of focusing on what really is important, and that's lots and lots of fresh water. So that nobody ever worries about a drought. California's aquifers should be filled to the brim, regardless of the weather. Yeah, I think that they've got enough votes to impeach Trump in the House right now. If they just called an impeachment vote for Trump without even a hearing, I think they could definitely impeach Trump in the House right now, but they won't get 20 senators to flip in the Senate. And the problem with the Democrats is they can't piece together a coherent impeachment process, and they're blaming it on one little detail in a conversation and 2 whistleblowers. It's absurd. Any good prosecuting attorney could turn those witnesses upside down. We already know that one of them is a Democrat and is partisan bias, leaving their testimony almost irrelevant here. A good criminal or prosecuting attorney could easily flip their entire position. The reality is, basically, Judge Napolitano said that Donald Trump asked for a favor right around the time that he was asking information about Biden's son Hunter. If that favor was information about Donald Trump, about Joe Biden's son Hunter, then we've definitely got an impeachable offense, because it does imply quid pro quo. But he clearly stated, Napolitano said, that this is all about Trump asking for a favor at the time that he was holding $400 million over their head in Ukraine. So it's pretty obvious that if that testimony moves against Trump and it proves that he indeed was doing a quid pro quo, then Trump might as well pack his bags and wait for the impeachment process to finish the House. And if the Senate really wants to back him, they're going against the law. Because the president is not allowed to make a deal like that, to get dirt on his opponent with the power of the presidency and the purse. He's more than capable of getting dirt on his opponent and calling Zelensky up himself saying, hey, I just want to get some information out. Hey, you know anything about it? But as long as he's not holding back $400 million in aid and making it clear that they're not going to deliver that. It does look like Trump held that money back. And it does look like it's likely that that money was so important to the Ukrainian government that they probably would have made a meeting with Giuliani. But Zelensky was smart. He didn't meet with Giuliani, and nothing really happened. So it does seem like Giuliani's going out of his way to even open bridges of making money himself in gas lines, and like Hunter did. So it almost looks like Giuliani was looking for some cash. That's what it looks like. It wasn't political, it was business. So I welcome Schiff and Pelosi to do something, but I've been asking them to do something for 2.5 years. And there's been a mountain of evidence against Trump and his cronies in Russia. So what are they waiting for? Why have they waited this long when we waited for the Mueller report? That's a joke. Mueller was obviously a shill for the deep state, and probably has been for years. Remember, Mueller signed off on the 9/11 attack, the commission, 9/11 Commission report view of the 9/11 attack. Mueller said that it was completely the work of 18 terrorists that flew planes into the Trade Center. I don't think so. We know for a fact that it wasn't even a plane that went into the Pentagon. That story by the 9/11 Commission report has to be overturned. Look at this simple 15 frames revealed by the FBI shows the tip of a Tomahawk missile. Yeah, check this out. I mean, this is all the FBI would reveal, too, of the Pentagon. Shows willful cover-up of an entire attack. A willful cover-up. And this is the only photograph we have of the event. Yeah. Isn't that amazing? You can see clearly it's a missile, not a plane, not a 767. So why would we just write off the 9/11 Commission report and sign off on it as director of the FBI, which is what Mueller was? It's criminal what Mueller did back then. And it's criminal for him to deliver a 448-page redacted report, which is incomplete, and not even willing to go into the Paul Manafort trial and ask about the Russian oligarch's money trail to Donald Trump. This is an outrage. And for Mueller to sit there and act like he's doing his job, that man needs to be prosecuted right now for his willful neglect in prosecuting or even putting together a special report. Willful neglect. So we'll have to look at this whole thing in its after effect when we sit back and have a Justice Department investigation into this lack of investigation. Because I don't believe we're getting anywhere near the truth. Yeah, Donald Trump has been collecting money for offices at the White House, cabinet positions, bribery. Why else would he have 6 billionaires in his cabinet if there wasn't a buy-in for those positions? Think about it. We know that Betsy DeVos gave $9.5 million to Donald Trump in his re-election fund. That is illegal. She can't make more than a $5,000 donation. She made a $9.5 million donation. That's bribery. Classic, right in our face. That would have been one of the articles of impeachment. High crimes and misdemeanors, bribery qualifies. But the Democrats can't even assemble a case. It's absurd. We're still sitting on this mountain of evidence, and everyone says in the Republican Party, like Eric Trump, oh, we put that behind us. We didn't do anything with it. There's more than enough evidence to rake in charges against Trump, Giuliani, and others. But the Democrats are weak. They've proven to be soft, and Adam Schiff is the poster child of that softness. So we'll see if this thing advances to anything important. It's hard to believe it will. But I got to tell you, I really applaud the work that Jimmy Carter is doing. At 95 years old, he was questioned as to whether Bernie Sanders could run, or anybody could run, at 80 years old, the country. And Jimmy Carter, who just managed to survive a fall with 14 stitches in his forehead, is out working at the Habitat for Humanity, which he started. He actually said that at 80 years old, and he's 95 now, clearly he's got his mind together too. He said at 80 years old he could not possibly run this country. And that's coming from a president that handled one of the toughest times in our history, when we faced an oil crisis where people were lined out all around the country trying to get gas for their cars. And this man pulled through and did his job. I have a lot of respect for Jimmy Carter. I voted for him, and I still respect him as a man. And we may disagree on some politics, but I still respect him as a man. And he really is indicative of the enduring strength of the presidency. Somebody asked, should you run again, Jimmy? And he said he wouldn't do it because he couldn't see himself running at 80 or later. All right, thank you for coming in, everyone. We'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll be into the show in chat till 1 o'clock in the morning, of course, with videos. We got a lot of things in the lineup. I'll be throwing a few things like the 9/11 gelatin bee thing in the lineup. This is a very powerful video showing a group of what appears to be Mossad agents planting bombs at the Trade Center in an art experiment. Very shocking stuff. I'll play that for you as well. Just 4 minutes right out of the chute. In the meantime, I'm still paying homage to Rusty Baker and his amazing sound of Cream. The drums were incredible, so I'll be playing a Strange Brew for you at the end of our show. Yes. Well, you Trump supporters can stand around and believing everything he says, fine, and just erase your ability to do critical thinking. That's fine, but you're really rooting for the wrong guy. He stole over 15 of my ideas, and you have the audacity to support him, not me. You don't think I forget that? I don't. I don't forget that. You people have turned to Trump for my ideas. That pissed me off. Now, I'm not that pissed off that I won't accept you back into my fold of a third party, but seriously? You stood behind a corporately endorsed Russian oligarch-funded candidate who took my ideas from me and you backed him? Seriously? You ought to be ashamed of yourselves.
America is ready for a change. A third party is the change we need. Accountability in government, term limits for Congress, media verification, and a fresh approach to fixing our environment. We need a new direction for our nation. Join us in the middle of the political spectrum for our nightly commentary and discussion at America's Third Party.